Good afternoon. Please take your seats. Come on in. There's still a few on the side here. Welcome to all. Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Lawrence. I am director of the Clough Center for the Study of Constitutional Democracy and a professor of political science here at Boston College. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2026 Spring Symposium on Democratic Resilience. As with previous annual themes, this year's focus is somewhat aspirational. Resilient democracies are systems which bend but do not break, adapting to changing circumstances without foregoing their core identity and function. When there are political and economic shocks, a democracy's resilience is reflected by how its institutions successfully channel the will of the voters and remain intact for the next generation. So since August, we have been gathering to examine democratic resilience with speakers and events that looked around the globe for insights from the ancient world to contemporary US, Europe, and North Africa. And this symposium is the exciting culmination of this year's programming. Now, it may not come as a surprise that there has been a continued downward trajectory of democratic indices. The map in the middle shows the latest measurements from the VDEM Institute's Liberal Democracy Index of the quality of elections and a range of political freedoms across the globe. You can see on the right-hand chart that autocracies now outnumber democracies by 92 to 87. And you can see on the left that this is the case measured by citizens as a share of the global population as well. Only around 1/4, or 2 billion of the world's 8 billion, live under democratic rule, a percentage which is down from 50% in 2005. According to Freedom House, only 29 countries can be considered liberal democracies, and democratic backsliding has occurred in more than half of them in the past 10 years. Last year, 1/3 of the liberal democracies were among the 60 countries in total where researchers observed backsliding. In other words, the world of 2026 has reverted to 1996 levels of democracy by country averages and to 1978 levels of democracy for the average global citizen by population-weighted averages. This, despite the third wave of democratization, the fall of the Iron Curtain, and repeated attempts to democratize the greater Middle East and North Africa. Now, it is important to maintain perspective. Constitutional democracies enjoy unprecedented political participation, high living standards, and lively civil societies, and their economies generate more than half of global GDP. But in the last 10 years, growing inequalities in the democratic societies and the perceived collusion between political and economic elites has placed strains on political institutions. Political party systems have given way to an era of personalized populist rule, which has electoral legitimacy, but is less tethered to the liberal values historically associated with constitutional democracy. Yet, we also know that of the 87 countries considered free in 2005, a total of 76, which is to say more than 85%, remained free throughout this 2-decade period of decline. What's their secret? It's within this context that we have taken a step back this year with a series of seminars and public events to assess how and when democracies survive. The community of fellows and affiliates of the center have studied and debated the meaning of democratic resilience, including how to even measure a concept like democratic backsliding. Our student fellows and guest speakers explored these questions in relation to their own academic interests from a broad range of disciplinary perspectives. We are proud to present their articles in the new issue of the Clough Center Journal, which I hope you picked up on your way in today. Several of the contributing authors will speak on tomorrow's panel chaired by the lead editor of the journal, Chandra Malampalli, who is the Clough Center's senior research fellow. Another source of constructive and creative insights on democratic resilience came from the center's study visit to Bogota, Colombia, earlier this month, where a group of us met with national leaders who made peace with their adversaries in a historic accord 10 years ago. The Colombian experience offers a model for overcoming polarization based on a thorough process of national reconciliation and restorative justice. It is far from perfect, but it provides a real-life example of how former enemies can resume constructive conversation while preserving and improving their democratic institutions. You can find out more about the center's activities and how to apply for fellowships on our website, which also contains links to our blog and YouTube channel. But today and tomorrow, we will be hearing from experts and scholars with insight into how democracies function or flail, and about distinct but closely related concerns like the state and the future of liberalism. This has all come together thanks to the support of BC's Center for Centers, and also thanks to the efforts of a dedicated team of Clough correspondents led by our postdoctoral fellow, Isaiah Sterrett. And I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of our founder and benefactor, Mr. Chuck Clough, to express gratitude for his commitment to supporting constitutional democracy. So to kick things off, I'd now like to introduce our opening keynote speaker, Stephen Levitsky, political scientist and the David Rockefeller Professor of Latin American Studies at Harvard University. Professor Levitsky hails from Ithaca, New York. He earned his BA from Stanford in 1990 and his doctorate from the University of California, Berkeley in 1999. Before joining the government department at Harvard, he was a visiting fellow at Notre Dame's Kellogg Institute. Professor Levitsky is the author of 13 books, including Competitive Authoritarianism and Transforming Labor-Based Parties in Latin America. And his 2018 work, How Democracies Die, co-authored with Daniel Ziblatt, was a New York Times bestseller and has been translated into dozens of languages. His most recent book, published in 2023, also co-authored with Ziblatt, is Tyranny of the Minority: Why American Democracy Reached the Breaking Point. After his remarks, the conversation with him will be moderated by my colleague from the Political Science Department, Fernando Bizarro, whose own research in comparative politics and political economy explores the nature and causes and consequences of democracy and political parties in Latin America. So please join me now in welcoming Professor Stephen Levitsky to Boston College to speak on the surprising resilience of global democracy.
So my slides are up here?
Yes.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. Whoa. Is this the mic that I'm using? Yes. And I can just talk into it? Okay. Because I'm not 6'7". Or even close. So thank you so much for having me here. It's this is the first time in a long time that my introduction mentioned my hometown. That was really cool. Thanks. There is a broad consensus, as Jonathan mentioned, a very broad consensus today, that global democracy is in decline. Democracies everywhere seem to be backsliding, from Hungary and Serbia to Turkey to India to Tunisia, Mexico, El Salvador, even the United States. Many observers, in fact, believe that we are witnessing the end of the so-called third wave of democratization and the beginning of a new wave of autocratization. VDEM's annual democracy report, which just came out a few days ago and which Jonathan mentioned, claims that the democratic gains of the third wave have been almost eradicated. It claims we've gone back to 1978 levels of democracy. I think that's bullshit. Excuse me, I think they're wrong. I'm going to argue today that third wave democracies have actually been surprisingly resilient. New democracies have faced a really difficult set of challenges in the 21st century. And for me, the fact that most of them, the vast majority of them, have survived these challenges is an outcome that requires explanation. In other words, the really interesting puzzle is not that there's been so much democratic backsliding in the 21st century, it's been that there's been so little backsliding and so few cases of actual autocratization. Now, at this point, you're probably thinking that I somehow broke into the sacramental wine in the chapel, but hear me out. Think about the challenges that new democracies face in the 21st century. For one, maybe most importantly, the international environment is far, far less favorable for democracy than it was 30 years ago. The 1990s and the early 2000s were a unique period in global history, one that was unusually, in fact, extraordinarily favorable for democracy. The collapse of the Soviet Union transformed the United States and Western Europe into the world's dominant military, economic, and ideological power, and the EU and the United States used that power to promote democracy like never before, and as it turns out, like never since. So for about 15 years, from the fall of the Berlin Wall till about the Iraq War, democracy was the only game in town. There were no counter-hegemonic powers to which autocrats could turn for support. Russia was in a state of collapse. China was just beginning to emerge. So governments across the world had to be on good terms with the West, and Western powers used that leverage to actively promote democracy. EU conditionality helped to democratize East Central Europe, and United States pressure helped to democratize Central America and the Caribbean. That post-Cold War international environment gave rise to unprecedented democratization. According to VDEM, the number of democracies in the world more than doubled between 1985 and 2005, from 43 to 94. Got a slide for that. Nope, I'm behind. So the number of democracies over 20 years more than doubles. And not only that, but democracy emerged in some totally unexpected places. Social scientists, we don't know very much, but over the last 70 years or so, we have learned a few things about democracy. We've identified a decent-sized list of factors that make democracy much more likely to emerge and to survive. Industrialization and high levels of wealth, a big middle class, a robust civil society, relatively low levels of inequality, a functioning state. In other words, we know that democracy is much more likely to take root in urban, industrialized societies with strong civil societies, low levels of inequality, and functioning states. In the 1990s, democracy emerged in a bunch of countries with none of those conditions, none of them. Albania, Benin, Bolivia, El Salvador, Haiti, Honduras, Madagascar, Mali, Mongolia, Nicaragua, to name a few. In other words, global democracy dramatically overperformed in the 1990s, reaching some highly unlikely places. That's not because established social science theories were wrong. It's because the international environment was so favorable to democracy that it simply overwhelmed the impact of structural factors like wealth, inequality, and state capacity. Now, those incredibly unusually favorable conditions didn't last. The international environment changed pretty dramatically in the 21st century. The rise of China, together with Russia's resurgence as an aggressive anti-liberal power, has altered the geopolitical balance of power, putting an end to that 15-year period of Western liberal hegemony. Autocrats can now turn to China, to Russia, to other illiberal powers for external support. And at the same time, as you all know, the power and the influence and the self-confidence of Western democracies has declined, in part due to illiberal threats from within. And as a result, Western governments have lost both the will and the capacity to promote democracy abroad. The EU, which played such a critical role in Southern Europe in the 1970s and Central Europe in the 1990s, did very little to combat rising authoritarianism in Hungary in the 2010s. The United States, which played a major role in Central America's democratization in the 1990s, did almost nothing to stop backsliding in El Salvador, Honduras, and Nicaragua in the 2010s. And under Trump in the 2020s, the United States has abandoned democracy promotion entirely. So the world's most powerful advocate for democracy in the 1990s has given up the game and may even be showing some sympathies for the other side. My point is that the international environment is much, much less favorable for democracy than it was in the 1990s. The intense external democratizing pressure that existed 30 years ago has disappeared, dramatically expanding autocrats' room to maneuver. It's simply a lot easier. Did something show up there? No. All right. I'm going to give up the slides. Sorry. It is easier to be an autocrat than it was 30 years ago. That's on the international front. I probably don't need that. Okay. Oh, sorry, okay. New democracies also face some difficult domestic challenges. Public discontent is soaring all over the world. That should not surprise us. Again, one of the features, this is tough, one of the features of the third wave of democratization was that democracy emerged in a set of really poor, highly unequal countries with weak states. So democracy emerges in countries like Albania, Benin, El Salvador, Haiti, Honduras, Nicaragua, Madagascar, Mali, Nepal. These are not easy places to govern. In countries with weak states, with entrenched poverty and inequality, with endemic corruption and criminal violence, governments almost invariably govern badly. They fail to deliver decent public services. They fail to combat corruption and reduce inequality. They fail to protect their citizens from violence. They fail at those things not because their intentions are bad, although sometimes they are, but they fail at those things most of the time because they're governing with weak states that are plagued by entrenched patrimonialism and corruption. Voters want their governments to deliver the goods. And when successive elected governments repeatedly fail to deliver the goods, voters understandably grow frustrated. Crappy public services, persistently high levels of crime and corruption generate public discontent, and eventually they generate public anger. And eventually, after one government to another government to another government, citizens lose faith in the system. And in many cases, they turn to anti-system figures who promise to deliver the goods through more autocratic means. Folks like Fujimori, Chavez, Duterte, Bolsonaro, Bukele, Said. My point is, there were really good reasons to expect democratic erosion in the 21st century. Democracy emerged in some really difficult places in the 1990s, and the uniquely favorable international environment that encouraged democratization in the 1990s was no longer there, is no longer there to protect it. So we should have expected democratic erosion. We would be crazy, at least as social scientists, not to expect democratic erosion. And in fact, that's what we've seen. Several of the democracies that emerged in especially hard places in the 1990s did in fact break down in the early 21st century. Benin, Mali, Haiti, El Salvador, Nicaragua. And a handful of middle-income countries also experienced serious democratic backsliding. Turkey, India, Venezuela, Thailand, to a lesser extent, Philippines. But given the severity of the challenges that I've just laid out, I'm struck by how modest the democratic decline has been. And here I wish I had my slide, because the slide is a goddamn flat line since 2000. Forget VDEM's reports. They need to get funding and media attention, so they use population rather than number of democracies. I think it's more useful to focus on the number of democracies in the world. If you look at the number of democracies in the world since the beginning of the third wave, you will see what is close to a flat line since the year 2000. According to VDEM, number of democracies in the world has declined from a peak of 95, a little over a decade ago, to 88 last year. There's a loss of 7 democracies. According to Freedom House, the number of democracies declined from a peak of 90 to 84 last year. That's a decline of 6 democracies. According to VDEM, there are more democracies in the world today than there were in the year 2000, and many more democracies today, several more than there were in the mid-1990s, at the height of the third wave. You really think we're at a lower level of democracy than we were in 1978? Anybody remember 1978? Remember what Eastern Europe looked like in 1978? Do you remember what Africa looked like in 1978? Do you remember what Latin America looked at in 1978? They were thoroughly authoritarian. It's ridiculous to claim that we are at 1978 levels of democracy. Basically, the level of global democracy has remained stable in the early 21st century. I have another slide that shows this. Modest decline. We've lost 6 or 7 democracies, but again, put that modest decline in historical perspective. Recall that most of the backsliding occurred in countries where the probability of democratic survival was exceedingly low to begin with. Benin, Mali, Nicaragua, El Salvador. There isn't a theory in the world that predicts stable democracy in those countries, not one. And recall again that international conditions were much less favorable for democracy in the 21st century. So the world is still more democratic today than it was in the 1990s, despite the rise of China, despite Putin, despite COVID, despite social media, despite Trump. To me, that suggests a fair amount of democratic resilience. The question is why? Why have most third-wave democracies survived in the 21st century despite an increasingly hostile international environment? Luke and Wei and I are writing a book on this question, and we see 2 principal reasons, which I'm going to go through quickly. One is modernization, and the other is the difficulty of consolidating autocracy. Let me start with modernization. The correlation between economic development and democracy remains strikingly robust. If you leave aside oil states, the World Bank last year classified 53 countries as high income. 51 of those 53 countries are democratic. The only exceptions are Singapore and Hungary. Now, scholars disagree over why rich democracies are democratic. Drawing on, particularly on Robert Dahl, Lucan and I focus on the distribution of resources in society. I think it's worth spending a couple of minutes on this. Resource concentration in the hands of the state, in particular, is a recipe for autocracy. It's an almost guarantee of democracy. When the state controls the main sources of wealth and income, most citizens will depend on the government for their livelihood, for jobs, for income, for housing, for loans, for contracts. And governments, most of the time in most places, will exploit that dependence by denying essential resources to their critics. So government critics could lose their jobs, they could be denied access to housing, to loans, to scholarships. Businesses that finance opposition or that finance independent media can lose access to critical licenses, loans, government contracts. This is critical. Democracy requires opposition, requires robust opposition. And to sustain a robust opposition, you've got to have 2 things. You have to have autonomous citizens, and you have to have an independent private sector. I had a slide that described this, but it's not here. So you need autonomous citizens and an independent private sector. Citizens who fear that the government will take away their jobs, their income, their housing, are not even remotely autonomous. They're easily co-opted by the government, and they are far less likely to risk their livelihoods by joining a protest or joining an opposition group. Businesses that depend heavily on state credit, licenses, subsidies, contracts, are much less likely to finance opposition parties or independent media. So, when resources are concentrated in the state, it's really hard to sustain opposition. Individuals and organizations that lack reliable, independent access to resources eventually get either co-opted or crushed by the government. Now, authoritarian resource concentration can take several forms. Let me just list 3. One is an excessively statist economy in which governments exert discretionary control over people's livelihoods. This is China, Russia, Belarus. Another source of authoritarian resource concentration is oil. Persian Gulf monarchies control the vast bulk of societal resources, which means that their citizens, too many of them, depend on the government for their livelihood. Most citizens, most of the time, don't want to bite the hand that feeds them, which is why 20 of 21 major oil producers are autocracies today. Tiny Guyana is the only exception. But historically, the most common source of authoritarian resource concentration is underdevelopment. In poor agrarian societies, resources tend to concentrate in the hands of big landowners and the state. It is hard to build robust opposition movements in a rural, peasant-based society with a tiny middle class, a tiny working class, and a weak private sector. It's not impossible, but it's hard. Capitalist development, historically industrialization, disperses resources outside of the state. It creates what Lucan and I call countervailing power. Money, organization, human capital, and collective action capacity that opposition groups can tap into. Capitalist development generates countervailing power in at least, I think, 3 ways. I had a slide for this too. First of all, it produces a more autonomous citizenry. It produces a larger number of urban citizens who don't depend on the state for their livelihood. Citizens who earn a decent living outside of the state are less prone to clientelism. And crucially, they have the time, they have the disposable income to consume independent media, to join civil society organizations, to participate in opposition movements. Secondly, capitalist development creates a larger and wealthier private sector. A larger and wealthier private sector is harder to co-opt, harder to bully onto the political sidelines. So it's better equipped, all things equal, to finance opposition parties, to finance civil society, to finance an independent media. Now, capitalists don't always support democracy, but because they provide the resources necessary to sustain opposition, a decent-sized capitalist class is pretty close to being a necessary condition for sustainable democracy. Finally, economic development enhances society's capacity for collective organization and mobilization. Urbanization, the rise of labor movements, a denser landscape of civic organizations, all of those things facilitate collective action. So economic development generates higher incomes, wealthier private sectors, bigger cities, and stronger middle and working classes, all of which builds this thing that we call countervailing power. That means opposition forces have deeper pockets. It means they have stronger organizations. It means they have larger activist and voting bases. None of that automatically gets you democracy, but it makes it harder for autocrats to entrench or sustain themselves in power. It makes it harder for autocrats to co-opt opposition groups when they've got independent sources of finance. It becomes harder for autocrats to win elections when voters are better informed and less prone to clientelism. It's harder for governments to steal elections or to declare martial law because society's got a greater capacity to mobilize and protest. Think about South Korea in December 2024. Now, enough modernization theory. What does any of this have to do with global democracy today? Well, the world is a lot wealthier today than it was at the beginning of the third wave. A lot wealthier. Leaving aside oil states, the number of high-income countries, according to the World Bank, has more than doubled from 25 in the mid-1980s to 53 today. So whereas half a century ago, at the beginning of the third wave, there were a couple dozen rich countries in the world, concentrated mostly in Western Europe, the developed world now encompasses Southern Europe, Central Europe, the Baltic states, and parts of East Asia and South America. And you know what? Democracy is taking root in each and every one of those regions. 21 third wave democratizers have reached high income status since 1975. They've become rich since 1975, or they've crossed the line at which the World Bank considers them rich since 1975. I'm going to list them for you. Argentina, Bulgaria, Chile, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Greece, Latvia, Lithuania, Panama, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, South Korea, Spain, Taiwan, and Uruguay. I list those countries because of those 21 countries, 20 remain democratic today. Hungary is the only exception, and that regime is wobbling as we speak. So one reason why global democracy has been resilient is that rich countries remain overwhelmingly democratic, and the number of rich democracies has more than doubled. But that only accounts for about half of the world's democracies. The other main source, a little less sexy, of global democratic survival is authoritarian weakness. We often think of autocracies in the popular imagination as being like China or like Russia, sort of strong and robust. The fact is, though, most autocracies born in the 21st century are really fragile. And they're fragile because they're born or built upon weak states. Remember how democracies in weak states tend to be plagued by poor economic performance, by corruption, insecurity, crappy public services. And remember how that generates widespread discontent. Well, most new autocracies face very similar problems. Governments with weak states, be they democracies or autocracies, governments with weak states have a really hard time governing. They fail to deliver economic results. They fail to control corruption. They fail to deliver decent public services. They fail to protect their citizens. And when autocratic governments fail to deliver the goods, they also face problems of public discontent. And very often, they get run out of town. I had a slide that listed all the autocracies that have been run out of town over the last decade, but let me just list them. And this is a partial list. Since 2014, 12 years, autocratic governments have been removed either by elections or by popular protest in Armenia, in Bangladesh, Bolivia, Botswana, Brazil, Ecuador, Gambia, Honduras, Guatemala, Madagascar, Malawi, Malaysia, Nigeria, Peru, Poland, Senegal, Sierra Leone, South Korea, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Ukraine, and Zambia. This is why I'm skeptical of all this talk about global authoritarian resurgence. Most new autocracies in the 21st century fail. Most of them fail within a decade. Now, autocratic turnover does not always bring democracy. In fact, it often does not bring democracy. But the fact that autocrats routinely fail to consolidate power in the 21st century is a big deal. It matters a lot because would-be autocrats, the guys who fail, don't have time to build durable corruption networks, to build durable patronage networks. They don't have time to establish solid control over the security forces, over the courts, over other state institutions. And that failure to establish durable patronage networks and establish tight control over the state gives democratic forces a fighting chance. All right, that's it for the good news. Democracies may be surviving in the 21st century, but they're not exactly thriving. Democracies all over the world, almost without exception, face problems of rising public discontent, and many of them, a striking number of them, have seen in recent years the election of populist outsiders, figures like Chavez or Bukele or Bolsonaro or Milei or Trump. Populist outsiders do not always kill democracy, but they're more likely than traditional politicians to attack, wound, and sometimes destroy democratic institutions. In fact, much of the democratic backsliding that we have seen in the 21st century has come at the hands of populist governments. Chavez, Correa in Ecuador, Morales in Bolivia, Erdogan, Said, Bukele, Trump. So the question is, why are so many populists getting elected these days? Most analysis focus not incorrectly on the demand side. They look at the sources of the widespread public discontent that fuels the success of populists. They look at why people are so angry. So in rich democracies, scholars point to the consequences of globalization, as well as immigration and cultural change. In the global south, scholars are more likely to point to issues of crime, violence, corruption, and poor economic performance. In both North and South, discontent was clearly exacerbated by the pandemic and by the expansion of social media. All those things have made voters angrier. But I want to suggest, and this will be the last part of my talk, that there is a demand side to this story. No, that the demand side is only part of the story. There's also a supply side to the higher rate of election of populists in the 21st century. It is simply a lot easier to be a populist today than it was 50 years ago, in large part because political establishments are weakening. And I had a slide of the political establishment that you're not going to see. By political establishment, which is a very fuzzy concept, I mean the network of individuals who are both politically engaged and exert some influence over politics. Historically, political establishments, members of the political establishment, have supplied the resources that politicians needed to get elected, to make a career. For simplicity's sake, just think about three types of establishment organization. Think about political parties, major interest groups like business and labor associations, and major media outlets, newspapers, television networks. Parties are important to politicians because they nominate candidates for public office. Where political parties are strong, their control over candidate selection allows them to act, in effect, as political gatekeepers, filtering out anti-system outsiders. Interest groups historically are a critical source of campaign resources. Candidates everywhere need money. They need activists. And historically, business and labor associations have been major sources of those resources. Finally, major media outlets are essential to candidates' ability to reach voters. Without access to the media, most parties and candidates cannot achieve the kind of name recognition you need to win elections. Now, the establishment is not a monolithic actor. Parties, interest groups, media outlets do not constitute a single block with a single set of interests. There's always competition and pluralism among them. But collectively, political establishments tend to impose certain parameters on politics, both in terms of norms and in terms of policy. There are certain norms governing how politicians are supposed to behave, how they dress, what they say, how they treat one another, how they treat the media. There are also certain policy positions that are treated by the establishment as kind of beyond the pale. Politicians who exceed those boundaries, those who violate established norms or adopt extremist policies, they get shunned by the establishment. That means party leaders won't nominate them. It means major interest groups won't contribute to their campaigns. It means mainstream media won't cover them, or their coverage will be negative. This is a critical point. Historically, political establishments enforced many of the basic norms that we once took for granted in rich democracies. It was establishments, not voters, that drew the red lines and repudiated politicians who crossed those red lines. Why do I say this stuff? I say it because half a century ago, when I was a kid, this mattered a lot. Being shunned by the establishment mattered 50 years ago because political establishments held a monopoly over the resources politicians needed to get elected. Party leaders controlled the candidate selection process. There weren't any primaries. So if you were not on good terms with party leaders, you could not get elected. A relatively small number of interest groups provided the vast bulk of the finance and other campaign resources. Again, big business, big labor. So if you were shunned by big donors, you could not raise money 50 years ago. And finally, of course, 50 years ago, a handful of major media outlets dominated the media scene. There were 2 or 3 major TV networks per country, a handful of influential newspapers. So if the New York Times or Walter Cronkite, undergraduates here probably don't remember Walter Cronkite, CBS News decided that you were unfit for office, you were shut out. The fact that established political parties, interest groups, and media monopolized access to the resources politicians needed to get elected meant that politicians had to be on good terms with the establishment. Politicians needed the approval, at least, of party leaders to run for office. They needed the approval of major interest groups to fund their campaigns. They needed the approval of major media in order to reach voters. That dependence on the establishment by politicians had important consequences for democracy. 20th century politicians could not just respond to voters. They had to strike a balance between appealing to voters on the one hand and remaining acceptable to the establishment on the other. That was not very democratic, but it had a moderating effect on politics because for better or worse, or maybe better and worse, it kept more extremist politicians and issues off the agenda. Think about Henry Ford. Henry Ford was the Donald Trump of his day. He was wealthy, he was famous, he was really popular in the American heartland. He also happened to be a fascist sympathizer who was admired by Hitler. Ford wanted to run for president in 1924, and there was a grassroots campaign to support him. So when Collier's magazine polled its readers in 1923, Ford came in first, overwhelmingly, way ahead of the pack. But 100 years ago, it was party leaders, not voters, who selected presidential candidates. Collier's magazine also surveyed a group of politicians, and it found exactly zero support for Henry Ford. As Collier's editors wrote, and I quote, "Nobody denies the amount of Ford's sentiment among the masses. Every Democratic Party leader knows his state is full of it, and he's afraid of it. He thinks, however, that because of the machinery of selection of delegates, there is little likelihood that Ford will make much of a showing." As one senator put it, "How can a man who has no training and no experience aspire to such an office? It is most ridiculous." Ford never threw his hat in the ring. There was no ride down the golden escalator for Henry Ford. So political establishments were pretty effective gatekeepers in the 20th century. Populist outsiders rarely succeeded and very often didn't even bother to try. Democratic competition in this context was real, but it was bounded and it was elite-centered. It was constrained by politicians' dependence on the establishment. You know where I'm going. The days of establishment monopoly are over. Establishments everywhere have lost their control over critical electoral resources, which means they're losing their influence over politicians. Parties no longer monopolize candidate selection. Politicians can either hijack established parties like Trump or create their own parties like Berlusconi or Milei or Bukele. Interest groups have lost their monopoly over campaign finance because candidates can raise money online. Bernie flippin' Sanders out-fundraised Joe Biden in 2020. When I was a kid, and both of them were still around when I was a kid, unthinkable. And of course, social media has eroded the influence of the established media. Today, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube allow candidates to reach voters even if they're shunned by the mainstream media. So politicians no longer need the establishment to win elections. They can bypass the establishment by raising money and reaching voters online. Pretty revolutionary change. For politicians, this is liberating. They can now respond directly to voters without worrying what the establishment thinks. They can violate established norms. They can build up a reputation as a maverick or as an outsider who's not beholden to the elite, who's willing to tell it like it is. They can say and do things that previously were considered totally off limits. Think about Trump and Bolsonaro, Bukele and Milei. Arguably, there has always been a certain demand for populism in many countries. Public discontent is not so new. What's really new is what's happening, or what has happened, on the supply side. It is simply much easier to bypass the establishment than it was 50 or 100 years ago. Now, this new scenario is much more democratic than the old one. Peru's 2021 election, I think, was the most democratic election in the history of the world. Pedro Castillo, the guy who won the election, was a provincial nobody. He had the entire Peruvian establishment lined up against him. Business, the media, the political elite, the entire capital city of Lima was lined up against him, and he still won the presidency. Politicians who don't need the establishment can be much more responsive to voters than earlier politicians. They can really give the voters what they want. But what happens when what the people want, when the people are so angry that what they want is candidates who cross red lines, who promise to take a wrecking ball to Congress, to the courts? So we face a real dilemma in the 21st century. On the one hand, the weakening of political establishments is unquestionably democratizing. It is opening up political systems to a much wider array of issues and candidates. But when you take away the gatekeepers and you take away the guardrails, liberal democratic institutions are more vulnerable to anti-system forces. How does Donald Trump get away with filling his cabinet with incompetence, with defunding cutting-edge scientific research, with attacking our best universities, with destroying our international alliances, with openly using the presidency to enrich himself? How does he get away with that shit? Because the establishment used to check that kind of behavior, and now it can't. The biggest change, I think, facing 21st century democracies is the weakening of political establishments. For better or worse, the days of bounded, elite-centered competition are over, which means that we are very, very likely to see more Trumps, more Bolsonaros, more Bukeles, more Millets. How democracies will fare in this new populist era, I think, remains uncertain. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you, Steve, very much. This was wonderful, and I'm glad we had a chance to see it. I will open it up for questions, but I will take the advantage of the fact that I was granted the chance of having the microphone and ask the first. I will ask two questions to begin with. I was going to ask one, but then I was so heavy-handed in the modernization theory that I can't hold myself. So my first question, I want to ask the Stephen Levitsky who delivered the last quarter of the talk, to talk to the Stephen Levitsky who delivered the first 3 quarters of the talk, and to explain to me how, at the moment in which Peru or every other major democracy in the world today is the richest, and therefore at the top of their countervailing power, establishments are also so weak. Right? Business associations are probably richer today than they were 30 years ago. Media associations are probably richer today than they were 30 years ago. And yet, if I hear the first Levitsky, that would suggest that that's good for democracy. But in the end, these guys are now weak. So how do we kind of merge this kind of enriching of the establishment with its weakening?
It's a great question. So a couple of things. First of all, our modernization theory doesn't hinge just on hand me a microphone, I'll find a way to destroy it. Is this working?
Yes.
So I throw it on the floor? So that's clear. Whether civil societies more broadly, which includes establishments, I take your point, are less well equipped to fend off authoritarian challenges, I think, at least in my mind, remains to be seen. We don't yet see, there's a lot of talk, and I had a longer talk prepared that included a discussion of the United States that they wouldn't let me give because I didn't have time. But the U.S. is a real test case because it's facing some serious democratic backsliding right now. But aside from the United States and Hungary, the number of really rich, Peru's actually not even a rich democracy. The number of really rich democracies that have experienced serious backsliding is still very small. And so what Lucan and I think is that in this new populist era, you're going to see more democratic crises in rich democracies. It's not clear, at least to us, that you will see authoritarian entrenchment in these cases. Anybody who grew up in the United States in the 70s and 80s will remember Weebles toys. You know what Weebles are? The Weebles commercial, the Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. That's kind of the dynamic we expect in rich democracies. But it's a good question. What's the second one?
Well, I've known you long enough that when we started talking about this, it was before the discussion about the crisis of democracy had become a thing. And I remember you telling me that we would start to get worried when the crisis of democracy reached places like India, Brazil, the United States, right? I've known Steve for now more than 10 years. And back then we were like, well, it was like something that was still limited to smaller democracies, that we would get worried when it got to kind of the really big ones. And I think it did. And so that's kind of good for you. So my question is kind of, what is the heuristic for the future, right? You seem not very concerned. So when will you get more concerned?
Oh, first of all, I'm very concerned.
Oh, okay, good.
Because there are really good reasons to expect democracies, especially in middle-income and lower-middle-income countries, like the region that we study, there are really good reasons to expect them to be challenged, particularly given the changes in the international environment. So I'm very, very concerned. But I think analytically, it is important not to go around screaming, as Freedom House has been for 19 consecutive years, that we're in a, and as VDEM has started to do at an accelerated pace, that the sky is falling. I think we need to analytically look at the world with clear eyes. But the challenges facing democracy, I think, are very real. What
would make you say the sky is falling then?
What would make me say the sky is falling? Autocratic consolidation in any of these countries. There are definitely democratic crises in Brazil, India, and the United States, the three cases that you mentioned. I think autocratic consolidation is most likely in India, the least developed of the three countries. But if it were to occur in any of those countries, I'd be worried. What we have not seen outside of Venezuela and Turkey is autocratic consolidation in major middle-income countries. When that starts to happen, I get even more worried.
Good.
But I'm worried.
Good. I'm glad. Okay, very good.
Do not read my talk as saying all is good.
Yes. I'll start over there, please.
Thank you so much for I'm going to emphasize the positive aspect of your remarks. And in that vein, what should we do? What should we do to promote resiliency, to overcome the challenges? And you can focus on the United States. Keep it simple.
Focus on what can we do in the United States?
Yes.
Okay, so hopefully this conference today and tomorrow will give you guys a lot of insight. I mean, that's how I understand this conference is structured. You'll learn a lot about what we can be doing. In the United States, and Lucan Way and Daniel Ziblatt and I are writing a book about the crisis in the United States right now, and our focus is on what we call elite abdication. Our point of departure, drawing on the first half of my talk today, the United States has more than enough countervailing power to resist an authoritarian offensive. We have a very big and wealthy private sector. We have dozens of law firms that earn more than $1 billion a year in revenue. We have 22 million millionaires in this country. God, I got in the wrong profession. We've got a massive network of universities and churches and labor unions and NGOs and foundations. We have a very well-financed, robust civil society, capable, and we have strong institutions: federalism, rule of law, independent judiciary. We should be able to push back. Our democratic forces punched way below their weight in 2025. Donald Trump did not seize power in this country. We ceded power to him. Our elite, the U.S. Senate, the Supreme Court, media companies, universities, law firms, abdicated their authority, abdicated their responsibility to defend democratic rights and institutions. So, first of all, our elite needs to get off the sideline and start pushing back. And citizens, I mean, individual citizens obviously can do less, but they have to go out and engage in politics. There are 1,000 different ways to oppose to engage in opposition, to engage in civic opposition, and individuals should go and engage in the kind of civic opposition that they're most comfortable with and that is most meaningful to them. If Americans are active, they will stop this backsliding process, or they certainly have the capacity to do it. Luckily, there are still 3 big avenues for resistance in the United States. The ballot box, elections continue to be a viable source of change. The courts continue to be a viable source of change, and civic space, civic activism continues to be a place where Americans can push. So I'm not optimistic about U.S. returning to stable, high-quality democracy, but I don't think that this authoritarian project right now is going to consolidate.
Thank you. Right?
I was just thinking, based on the first part of your talk primarily, but on the whole precipice, that the notion of counting democracies, how really useful is it to count democracies when democracy is a vacuous term? On paper, Hungary is a democracy. On paper, you could even argue that Russia is a democracy. But the point is that you mentioned once in the beginning of your talk the word which then disappeared somehow, the notion of liberal democracy, right? And the essentials of liberal democracy, because that's what you talk when you talk about backsliding. And then the basic principles, which we don't seem to fit into your model. I mean, they're there. You answered them exactly now, but not in the model that you presented before. The principles of separation of branches, which is under attack, with the judiciary specifically, of civil rights, freedom of press, freedom of speech. It's spelling out those factors. And that also changes the notion of establishment. The establishment is supposed to be a check and balance. The notion is that that's being taken over, not so much eruptive, it's being taken over in a way which exactly puts an end to liberal democracy. It's Orban who phrased it perfectly. He says, my attack is not against democracy, it's against liberal democracy. And where does that fit in, the focus on liberal in this model?
I should have been clearer. Comparative regime scholars, I think it's fair to say, define democracy as liberal democracy. So when I say democracy, I mean a political regime in which elections are free and fair, in which all adults have the right to vote, and all citizens have a broad array of civil liberties available to them. The right to free speech, the right to associate, the right to assembly, the right to publish, etc. Those are the necessary components of democracy. What Orban is selling is a load of horse crap. You can't have democracy without liberalism, because you can have one election without liberalism, but if you don't protect the rights of the opposition, you can't have fair elections. And if you don't have fair elections, you can't have democracy at time too. So I don't buy this notion of an illiberal democracy at all.
One more question. Yes, please.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation. So you mentioned the political establishment and how this political establishment was somehow protecting the democracy from emerging populists, etc. And now that this political establishment is weak, we have populists. So is it something temporary, and that we will be back to this old system? Is it a temporary confrontation, or this political establishment also is showing some mistakes in the democratic system that we need to work on that? What will be the future or the next system, if I may say? Thank you.
Thanks for your question. Political scientists, or at least this political scientist, notoriously bad at predicting the future. I mean, really, really bad at predicting the future. I've been hard enough time explaining the past. Predicting the future is way above my pay grade. A couple of points really quickly. First of all, I think you're right the way you characterize my argument that political establishments protected democracies from outsiders. I do want to reiterate that that's double-edged. the old system that protected democracy was a less democratic system in important ways. I don't know, and there's real debate about, in fact, with colleagues and students of mine, about whether this is a temporary moment of establishment weakness or something permanent. It's probably not much more than intuition. My belief is that this feels pretty permanent. I don't see old style establishments reconstituting that kind of monopoly over careers in the medium run. So I think this is a long-term structural change. I don't think that means we're condemned to chaos. My expectation is that politicians and societies will learn how to do democratic politics in this new, more open era. But I don't think we're going to go back to the 20th century establishments. Without question, you can look at every establishment in the world, your country, my country, any country, and find mistakes that the establishment made. But I think if establishments are weakening across the globe, something structural is going on, and particularly the rise of the internet and the digital era, I think has brought a fundamental shift everywhere. So even where establishments have done everything right, they're still been dramatically weakened.
Okay, very good. So, well, thank you very much, Steve, for joining us for this. As you saw today, Steve does not shy away from making bold predictions, even though he is sometimes wrong. Because he almost predicted in Brazilian television that Argentina would win the World Cup.
And they did. And they did.
Yes, unfortunately, they did that time.
I can predict soccer.
He does not shy away from making bold claims, and I'm glad you had an opportunity to see him today in action. So please join me in thanking him to read.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the expert, please come in.
Well done, Mary. I didn't get time today because I've been running around the clock since 6-something in the morning. I was somebody, the dentist and things, but well done.
It was great, yeah.
You can just sit back on your laurels. That was a crowning achievement. The provost was
very good, weren't
and the provost was above the moon. I left the last words that I heard from him. He was above the moon. He really enjoyed
I'm
himself.
not going here.
I really. He also
I didn't
gave
really
me
get to talk to him.
so he gave me some confident things. I want to thank him for something else that he's helped me out, which I
Right.
heard from Greg. And you could see that the kind of response I got from him was a really positive one. He kind of told me, guy, wait with things. Only for certain this is going to happen and things. So it was the right moment. It was nice that you put him in the vicinity of KMC, came national speakers. He came speaking a lot with Finton. Apparently Finton had a few of his books. I didn't know that. I didn't know either. They didn't know each other well, but they communicated before. And then exactly spoke to David. It worked perfectly. It was actually the perfect alignment.
Yeah, didn't want to decide David because I thought that might be.
No, you did not never do it crudely. It was really good. I need to get to know Sam, but I'm going to send Sam a copy of a book and things. He's a nice guy, yeah.
He's really good.
He's a
I
nice
have a
guy.
lot of time for
He's
Sam.
an endearing guy. And yeah, I didn't know him before that personally. I read him as a text.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I was just going to take guys'
He doesn't have the same kind of
different
intellectual
level,
breadth
and then when they're
as
done, I'll
Finton,
come
because
up.
he's a different generation, different things.
Yeah.
But he's a
I know.
good man, but not in the right place.
I don't need a name tag. this, or you can like put it on the end of the
2
table or
days ago.
something, you know.
Rachel, do you want me to? We don't have the slides? Okay, whatever.
No, we do.
I didn't do slides. Just didn't have time.
I don't care if I don't have them, whatever.
Would you want to
If they don't, it doesn't matter. Rachel, if it's not, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. I just think I should get my phone. My phone's in the other room, and I just didn't know if I switch off, so I don't want to start ringing me.
Why don't you grab it? We have time.
How much time do we have? When are we starting?
What did you say, 10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 minutes. So.
That's fine. Guy, that's just wing it. Rob, yeah. Well, Rob has his, but do you want to just wing yours, or do you want?
I have to move them to a stick, and let's leave it. I didn't put it on a stick. I'll wing it. I don't need it.
Okay. Yeah. He's fine. Yeah.
Put work into it.
All right.
Good. No, you did.
You good?
It was great yesterday. I can imagine. I can imagine. Well, it's all over right after today.
So I'm very lucky to be chairing this next section. My name is Rachel Young, and I'm a postdoctoral fellow and the program coordinator at Irish Studies. And my own work examines state oppression and community resistance in modern Britain and Ireland. I will ask you to bear with me that my voice is obviously going in and out. I would say that it is because it's St. Patrick's Day and Irish Studies has been busy, but I am clearly the baby of the group because my panel to my left has been talking far more than I have. They've been running everywhere around town, and none of them have a voice problem, so it's apparently just me. But I'm very happy today to chair this panel on democracy in Ireland, from the Troubles to Brexit and beyond. And I know I speak for all the panelists when we say thank you to the Clough Center and Jonathan for inviting us, and for Isaiah and all the students for all the work they've put in. I'm going to run down the bios of everyone on the panel real quick. They're going to go in a different order than is listed on the panel, but they're going to go chronologically, and then we will open it up to some Q&A. So first is going to be Professor Guy Biner, who is the Sullivan Millennial Chair and Director of Irish Studies at Boston College. He specializes in the historical study of remembering and forgetting, but is also interested in oral history, folklore, public history and heritage, and terrorism. Next is going to be Professor Robert J. Savage, who teaches courses in modern Irish, British, and the Atlantic world history, and courses in media, film, and propaganda here at BC. His research focuses on the Troubles in Northern Ireland, as well as the history of Irish and British broadcasting. And our last speaker today is going to be Professor Mary C. Murphy, who is a member of the political science faculty at Boston College and also the director of the Irish Institute at Boston College. Her main research includes Ireland and Northern Ireland in the EU, peace and conflict in Northern Ireland, and the politics of Brexit on the island of Ireland. So I'm going to hand over the mic, and Guy is going to be first.
I understand that the slides are not here, but we don't need the slides. And also the title maybe of the whole panel I should contest as well, as I begin in my mood. It's not actually from the Troubles to Brexit to beyond. We're going to take a deeper view at it, unless if you define Troubles as a recurring state in Ireland from the beginning of time. As an historian, what I'm going to do is give you a bit of historical context and some background to the question. And I would like to also put into context not just the notion, in conversation, not just the notion of democratic resilience, but also democratic resistance, and put the two together, which relates to the Q&A that we had now. I think the two work perfectly in tandem. I have a short presentation. I've been given, I think, 10 minutes. And so what I'm going to do quickly is run you across the period which Eric Hobsbawm would have defined as the long 19th century. From the late 18th century into the early 20th century. It's a long period, many events, many things happened. I'm going to focus on 4 moments. Each one of these moments is intense, requires a lot of, or entailed a lot of political mobilization and intense encounters of political resilience/resistance. And so I'm going to move at a fast pace. That's how mobilization works. It's fast and it's rapid. We're going to start 250 years ago from now in the moment we're supposed to be marking now, whether we do it through the establishment or against the establishment of America 250, the moment of the American Revolution. A key moment which had implications for Ireland on many ways, just maybe for those who don't have the background. If we're talking about the island of Ireland, Ireland at the time constitutionally was essentially a sister kingdom to Great Britain. It had its own parliament, but it was still under the crown of King George III. The majority of the population was Catholic, and yet was disenfranchised. So it was run by a Catholic elite, an ascendancy class. A Protestant elite, an ascendancy class. The American Revolution sent shockwaves across the Atlantic. There were quite a few Irishmen, Irish people, here in America, particularly a fairly large migration of Presbyterians who had also suffered discrimination alongside Catholics to a different extent and had arrived in America, were involved in the politics of the Revolution, but they were also Catholics. News was coming back. And this triggered a movement which is best epitomized in a movement called the Volunteers, a patriotic movement which asked similar questions to what they were seeing in America. Questions of legislative independence, just like the assemblies were arguing here in the 13 colonies. What does that mean for Ireland? Questions of taxation and tariffs, a question which always returns each time. Who decides what taxes and what tariffs are going to be paid? Where's sovereignty? Where's sovereignty? Where does it exist? This was a Protestant movement. inspired by the ideals of political debate in the British Atlantic world, but going back, of course, to the 17th century, to Hobbes and to Locke. This was radicalized with the French Revolution. We're talking about the age of revolutions. In the French Revolution, the big change was that it wasn't just what was happening in America. What was happening in France was that a Catholic country was now doing even more radical revolution than one has seen in America. And this sent shockwaves in Ireland, because before that you could say what was happening in America was a Protestant revolution. The Protestants can get it, they've moved ahead with things, they understand politics, but all the stereotypes about papists as being slavish and being still stuck in the Middle Ages suddenly seemed to fall apart. And this had huge implications for political debate in Ireland, which was being followed very closely. Tom Paine, More Than Common Sense, The Age of Reason, was being read extensively. The Rights of Man, even before that, The Rights of Man, Part 1 and Part 2, was read in popular print all across Ireland, following closely the debates of these revolutions. And that triggered the formation of a society called the Society of the United Irishmen. Had we had a picture, I would have shown you a picture, but it doesn't matter. These are later representations, essentially. It's a collection which decided to change the politics of Ireland, to bring Protestants and Catholics together. Not just Protestants, but Protestants of different denominations. The Church of Ireland, which is the Anglican established church, but also Presbyterians, dissenters. Catholics, Protestants, and dissenters is the slogan of coming together. And the key issue which they introduced was, as phrased perhaps in the most important political pamphlet of the age, 1791, an argument on behalf of the Catholics of Ireland, written by Theobald Wolfe Tone. Can you give political rights to Catholics? Or how do you give political rights to Catholics? And the idea wasn't just achieving the vote, suffrage. That was a concession that they could get from the government. It was the right to hold office. And that was a dividing moment, because it mobilized conservatives against that, but it also split liberals. Liberals were willing to accept rights for Protestants, but not rights for Catholics. It was the radicals, so that kind of split politics in a new way. The Society of the United Irishmen proposed to do this through reform. But when reform was rejected repeatedly, it became a revolutionary organization. And that's the moment that the word is not democracy, it's republicanism. That's the moment that republicanism, along the lines of the French Revolution, arrives in Ireland. And republicanism sees it as a solution that will happen through force. The idea is how to form a separate republic in Ireland, separated from Great Britain, and create this fraternity of Catholics and Protestants. This resulted in a bloody revolution in 1798, which was quelled and suppressed. Tens of thousands died, extreme force used on both sides, but particularly by the government if we look at kind of the balance of power. That's one moment that I want to stop at. This moment of radical revolutionary republicanism as a form of protest to demand rights. And it will stay throughout Irish history, but I'm freezing that moment. The answer from the establishment was actually quite different. I'll just park that aside to explain context, which will follow shortly. The answer was, instead of granting a separate republic based on a fraternity of Protestants and Catholics, was, on the contrary, more or less to annex Ireland in a united kingdom, along the model that had happened before between Britain and Scotland that created Great Britain. This was the United Kingdom created in 1800 between Ireland and Britain, and Great Britain. And that will persist afterwards. That will be the political framework in which we operate. I'm going to jump 25 years forward if I can. The next moment I want to stop at is associated with a Catholic lawyer by the name of Daniel O'Connell. If the solution to the Irish problem was supposed to be this act of union, the creation of the United Kingdom, it left a lingering problem. Catholics were not granted emancipation. Again, what I mean by emancipation is the right to hold office. And that was a festering sore which remained. Republicans hadn't managed to solve it through force. Daniel O'Connell, who had witnessed firsthand the revolution in France and seen its violence, who had witnessed the blood and violence of the rebellion in Ireland in 1798, proposed a different solution, a non-violent solution through mobilization of the people, focusing not so much on a fraternity of the different groups in Ireland, but focusing on the vast majority to which he belonged, the Catholics, mobilizing the Catholics, largely poor, largely rural, contrary to what we heard before in the previous model of modernization. This is a different model, creating a Catholic association which membership was just 1 penny. The notion that anybody could join this association, and creating mass gatherings of people, monster meetings. We're talking about gatherings which are remarkable when we think about the 1820s, of hundreds of thousands of people gathering in an age where we don't have mass communication, we don't have literacy. Mass gatherings, and forcing, in a way, putting a moral force in the government to allow Catholics to hold office. In fact, he did it in a remarkable way. After he first used this mobilization to run some liberal Protestants into office who could support his cause, he ran himself for office, knowing that he couldn't hold that office. And so once he ran for office, was elected, then there was a problem for the system. What do you do with somebody who's been elected and can't hold office? You disqualify him, he'll run again. And there's always the fear that this will lead to violence if you don't listen to non-violence. And so that's how emancipation was won in the 1820s. He tried afterwards to repeal the Act of Union. That didn't work. So there's also successes and failures. I'm going to jump forward 50 years. 50 years, the moment I want to stop with is there's an Irish parliamentary party. People now have the right to vote since Daniel O'Connell emancipation. 50 years later, a man by the name of Charles Stewart Parnell, a Protestant landowner who was sensitive to the rights of his tenants and to issues of Irish nationalism, formed a modern party, perhaps in many ways one of the first modern parties in the way we understand them today. There'd been parties before, but not in the way we understand them today, in the way we can mobilize them, the kind of establishment we heard about in the previous paper. Parnell, what he did is he mobilized the fact that Catholics could vote, Irish Catholics could vote, and therefore could turn them into a modern machine, into a machine in which, first of all, for example, he did fundraising in America. So he could pay people to be members of parliament. It wasn't only an elite. But then, of course, through that democratic extension of membership in politics, he also extended patronage. They had to be loyal to him. And they could work at him as a machine and vote as a bloc. And so when the issue that on the table was home rule, granting autonomy to Ireland, letting Ireland regain its parliament and still remain within the United Kingdom, they could become the balance of power in a party system. Something which Britain discovered much later again in the 21st century, but for a long time didn't. The notion it's not one party takes all. There's a Conservative party, there's a Liberal party, but the Irish bloc in Parliament was the balance of power. And so they could form a coalition with the Liberals and push home rule. Another model we've seen here three models, just to quickly reiterate. One was revolutionary republicanism. One was this mass gathering of people to campaign and almost break the system from from democracy from below, and another is to use parliamentary power. This also succeeded, but to an extent. Home rule failed in Parliament because it broke opposition. The Liberals split. The Liberal Party split into Liberal unions who joined the Conservatives and defeated Home Rule. When it was raised later, after Parnell, it succeeded in passing in the House of Commons, but was vetoed in the House of Lords. It's only with this broad constitutional change in a way it forced the whole of British democracy, or the building of British democracy, to reshape itself, to deal with this Irish problem and these demands, which are coming from below, these democratic demands. And so Home Rule eventually passed in 1910, 1912, but was deferred in terms of its implementation to 1914. Now, I should also mention just briefly, this also incurred opposition from those who opposed this movement, which is tangled in with Irish nationalism. So that's also the rise of unionism associated with maintaining the union, particularly strong in the north and also. I'll prepare things for people that are going to talk about the rest. I'll add one more moment, if I may, of these moments. The fourth moment I want to refer to is 1918. I'm jumping forward. Taking the model of this new parliamentary party which can mobilize itself, Home Rule was no longer in vogue. After 1916, again, an attempted rebellion along the lines of what we could say the Republican tradition had failed. Popular opinion had swung from Home Rule demanding a separate republic again. But the means now have changed, at least in its first iteration. The means are that you run for elections. 1918 was the first fully democratic election in the United Kingdom. It's the franchise was expanded and votes were also given to women. And we see in all the images we see a lot of men till now. This is the first time that women can also vote. And in running for elections, this new party, Sinn Féin, based on the basis of the Parnellite party from before, the Home Rule party, mobilizes the Irish vote and wins the Irish vote. But instead of holding the balance of power, they did a different thing. They split. They didn't take their seats in Parliament, and they formed an alternative Parliament, Dáil Éireann, a revolutionary Parliament, saying we're not taking our seats, we're declaring our own independence with a shadow Parliament. This would trigger a war of independence, which would essentially lead to, my colleague Rob Savage will talk about, will lead to partition and will lead to the formation of the Irish Free State and to the formation of Northern Ireland. But look at these four different moments we've seen here, and vaguely two traditions and one tradition of opposition, just to flag where things will move forward. One is an opposition, is two forms of nationalism, if we wish, which engage in democracy in different ways. One is a revolutionary Republican moment, which uses violence. Another is a constitutional way of playing with the rules and mobilizing the democratic vote in different forms. an opposition to it from a form of unionism, of people are saying, wait a minute, we also have a voice here, and we'll oppose it because we want to stay within the United Kingdom. That's where I'm leaving you now to continue the story more or less from 1918, 1919. There you go, Rob.
Sounds good. Thanks, John. So I'll cover 80 years in 10 minutes and use some slides, hopefully, to illustrate the points I'd like to make. And I'll pick up in, again, in 1918, national elections held throughout the United Kingdom, which of course includes Ireland. And Sinn Féin, a new political party, wins a landslide in Ireland. In 1919, the delegates decide that they will not travel to London to sit in the Parliament at Westminster, but instead, as Guy suggested, they'll meet in Dublin, and they'll declare themselves, Dáil Éireann, the representatives of Ireland, arguing that they have legitimacy, that they have used the 1918 elections to assert independence. They meet in January 1919 and quickly disperse, and quickly a war breaks out, a guerrilla war, a war of independence that starts in 1919. And as this war drags on in 1920, the government in London and Westminster will pass the Government of Ireland Act, which partitions Ireland. And this is a critical point to keep in mind, that Ireland would be partitioned during the War of Independence. And as this slide illustrates, it's not only Ireland that is partitioned in 1920, it's the ancient province of Ulster. The province of Ulster includes 9 counties, but only 6 counties are going to be carved out of what of what in the future will become the Irish Free State. The 6 counties that are incorporated into the new state of Northern Ireland ensure that there'll be a Protestant majority of about 2 to 1. There are about 1 million Protestants in this new 6-county state and about 500,000 Catholics. In 1921, the War of Independence ends, and an Anglo-Irish treaty is signed. These are the leaders of the British government, Lloyd George there on the left, Birkenhead in the middle, and a young Winston Churchill on the right. And they will meet with leaders of Sinn Féin, which includes Michael Collins on the left and Arthur Griffith on the right. Collins and Griffith go to London to negotiate an end to the conflict, hoping that they will win an independent, united Irish Republic. But this is not going to be in the cards. The British Empire can only countenance granting 26 counties dominion status as the Irish Free State. The 6 counties that I had mentioned before in Northern Ireland remain part of the United Kingdom. And the Irish Free State it does not become a republic. Michael Collins will argue famously that the treaty was not perfect, but it could be used as a stepping stone to an independent Irish republic. The decisions that are made in 1921 initiate a vicious civil war that takes place in 1922. Supporters of Michael Collins and Arthur Griffith argue that the Irish Free State is the best we can get, but opponents argue that it's a betrayal of the revolution, that the republic has not been delivered. The civil war that takes place in 1922 is vicious, but the anti-treaty forces are defeated. And the Irish Free State will be led between 1922 and 1932 by William Cosgrave, whose party, Cumann na Gael, will succeed in establishing a democracy in Ireland, will succeed in ensuring that there's an independent judiciary, that there are free and fair elections, that free speech and freedom of religion is guaranteed to all. They will oversee the establishment of an unarmed police force, the Garda Síochána, which become tremendously popular. In 1926, the leader of the opposition to the treaty, Eamon de Valera, will form a political party called Fianna Fáil. He'll enter the Parliament, or the Dáil, in Ireland, and in 1932, there'll be a transition. These Civil War enemies will meet each other in the Dáil, in the Irish Parliament. De Valera will succeed in forming a government. And this is a remarkable transition in 1932. Keep in mind what's going on in the rest of Europe in the 1930s, right? Fascism is on the rise in Germany, in Italy, in Spain. And in Ireland, there's been a democratic transition. These bitter Civil War enemies have agreed to work together. Meanwhile, in Northern Ireland, beginning in 1922, James Craig emerges as the first prime minister. And he describes Northern Ireland as having a Protestant parliament for a Protestant people. You know, he will be the prime minister of a parliament in Northern Ireland, a local parliament that has a unionist majority of about 2 to 1. However, unionists are tremendously concerned about maintaining power. So they'll institute gerrymandering in cities such as Derry, which has a population that is about 63% Catholic. However, the city will be gerrymandered in such a way to ensure that Protestants or the Unionists will control the city. This gerrymandering will also take place in 2 of the counties within the 6-county northern state that have Catholic majorities, in Fermanagh and Tyrone. Now, by 1968, post-war legislation passed by the Labour government has enabled a generation of young people to gain a university education for the first time. Protestants as well as Catholics from a working class background will go to university, will emerge as leaders, and will understand that the civil rights of Catholics and others inside of Northern Ireland are not being respected. A civil rights organization will be established in 1967 that gains momentum in 1968, that begins to demonstrate demanding civil rights, not demanding reunification of Ireland, not demanding an end of partition, but again, demanding civil rights for all citizens of Northern Ireland. This campaign for civil rights will meet incredible hostility from an overwhelmingly Protestant police force that's very well armed, and from a government in Northern Ireland that is reluctant to institute the sort of changes, the sort of reforms that the civil rights campaigners are demanding. In 1969, all hell will break loose at the Battle of the Bogside in Derry. Again, the city that sort of represents all that's wrong about Northern Ireland. The British government is forced to do what it doesn't want to do, and that is to deploy the army. The army arrives in the streets of Northern Ireland in 1969 and will stay there for approximately 30 years. During those 30 years, there'd be violence that would be horrific. There'd be massacres by the British Army. There'd be the emergence of the Provisional IRA, which would be responsible for a campaign of terror that would see many innocent civilians killed. There'd be the emergence of Protestant paramilitaries, the Ulster Volunteer Force, that would also be engaged in violence. Margaret Thatcher would come to power in 1979, determined to crush the IRA. She was, of course, the Iron Lady. She believed that the only way to deal with the crisis in Northern Ireland was to insist on law and order and to use the army as well as the police force to try and crush the IRA. One of the policies that she inherited as prime minister was known as criminalization. It's something that Rachel Young has written about quite a lot, where IRA prisoners could be treated no longer as special. No longer would they have special category status, but they'd be treated as ordinary criminals and forced to engage in prison labor and wear prison uniforms. Bobby Sands would reject this, would go on a hunger strike, and would be elected as an MP while he was on hunger strike, incarcerated as an IRA prisoner. 1981 would be important because he would be one of the first of 10 hunger strikers to die, to try and gain prisoner of war status, special category status. But beginning in 1981, because he had been elected as an MP, his party, Sinn Féin, would begin to understand that politics could push their cause forward. Danny Morrison, one of the leaders of Sinn Féin, would argue that they would employ a strategy of using the ballot box and the Armalite, using both the electoral system as well as the gun to force change. Sinn Féin became increasingly popular, frightening both the government in Dublin as well as the government in London. And this resulted in the 1985 Anglo-Irish Accord, which was signed by Garret Fitzgerald and Margaret Thatcher. It was an effort to try and build up the middle ground. And it was, in many respects, the beginning of a peace process that would take many years to come to fruition. Through the efforts of people such as John Hume, who remained committed towards peaceful change, who had the courage to engage with Sinn Féin and the IRA and convince them to begin to take vital steps to push the peace process forward. A settlement would be reached in 1998, the Good Friday or the Belfast Agreement. It would be brokered by the United States, and getting the United States engaged in the peace process would be a critical step forward. This is something that the Clinton administration did, and George Mitchell would succeed in bringing these parties together and hammering out an agreement that's not perfect, but has brought peace to Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland is still divided in many respects, and there is tremendous challenges that lay ahead. And I'll let my colleague Mary Murphy address some of those challenges.
Thanks, Rob, and thanks, Guy, for setting the scene, and thanks to Jonathan for the invite. 1998 and the signing of the Good Friday Agreement is certainly one of Ireland's greatest achievements during my lifetime. And I can say that with some authority because I was living in Northern Ireland at the time. And my childhood, although I grew up on the southern side of the border, was a continuous series of newsreels about the violence and the conflict in Northern Ireland. So the signing of that agreement was a seminal moment. And that agreement, as Rob alluded to, when I think about the theme for this conference, democratic resilience, it was a democratically agreed document signed by most of the political parties in Northern Ireland, a very deliberative process, which was moderated in many ways by the United States, a very significant achievement. The resulting agreement itself created a consociational democratic arrangement in Northern Ireland. And at its core, that refers to the power-sharing model, which brings the two opposing communities in Northern Ireland together to govern collectively. That in itself is an unusual democratic format, but often a necessary one for a society emerging from conflict. And in many ways, it's produced extraordinary results. You know, there is no violence in Northern Ireland anymore. People do live good lives. Northern Ireland has advanced economically. But there are problems that remain, as Rob alluded to. It's nearly how many years? 27, 28 years since, political scientists aren't great at maths, since the agreement was signed. That agreement continues to form the basis for the system of governance in Northern Ireland. It's not particularly efficient, it must be said, and it's not particularly successful in many ways if we think about the conventional ways in which we understand democratic systems to work. The extent to which it produces good policy in many cases can be questioned. The extent to which the Good Friday Agreement has propelled a process of reconciliation, true reconciliation and integration of communities, is also something we can question. So there are pressures on that particular model, which in itself was never intended to be permanent. So I think it's important to acknowledge and to recognise that at this moment in time. In many ways, Brexit, which is alluded to in the title for this panel, has been a very important moment in terms of really questioning the extent to which the Good Friday Agreement and partition itself can actually be the long-term format for governance on the island of Ireland. I'm not going to get into that particular discussion today because I want to focus more intently on the democracy piece. So acknowledging the situation in Northern Ireland in two ways today is very important, as a success story in its right, but one which faces challenges at the same time. The Republic of Ireland, on the other side of the border, is a stable democracy. It's a parliamentary-style system, a multi-party system elected by a very proportional electoral system. Coalition governments is the norm in Irish politics. It's a pretty wealthy country. I was intrigued listening to Steve Levitsky in relation to, we are probably one of those countries who in the last 30 years falls into that category of wealthy countries. The Good Friday Agreement means that we have institutionalised our relationship with Northern Ireland and to a lesser extent with the UK, with Britain as well. And it's very important as well, I think, for us to situate the fact that that Ireland is a member of the European Union. That was something that didn't come up in the earlier presentation and something I'd love to hear Steve's views on, the extent to which membership of a regional organisation like that can have a stabilising influence on the democratic system. All of that being said, I do want to point to I want to focus really on two developments, two opposing developments in many ways in Irish politics in very, very recent times. If you look at Ireland, it's a wealthy country, West European country, but it's a wealthy country with very high levels of inward migration. But what's interesting about Ireland is it does not have an explicitly far-right or conservative ethno-nationalist party. So we're very unusual in a broader European context for that reason. About 20% of the Irish population was born outside of Ireland. It's a phenomenally different landscape, demographic landscape in Ireland today. Most of that 20% are economic migrants. They're coming to Ireland to work. We have a very large Ukrainian resettled population in Ireland as well. By the end of 2023, over 100,000 Ukrainian refugees were settled in Ireland. Now, that's an extraordinary number for a population of about 5 million. It's much more per head of population than was the case in France or the United Kingdom or even smaller states like the Netherlands. And there really was no real backlash against that very large influx of Ukrainians. But in 2022, we also began to see an uptick in the number of asylum seekers coming into Ireland. An opposition to that particular group began to ratchet up after 2023. And a lot of that sort of opposition began to bubble away during COVID. And a lot of it is to be found within the realms of social media and online. Campaigns began to emerge in Ireland from 22-23 onwards, opposing accommodation for asylum seekers. Some of these were violent. They included arson attacks on some of those housing units being made available. And this is against the backdrop of a very successful country and wealthy country, but one that's not actually very good at building houses for its own people and for those who are coming in from outside. By late November 2023, there was a real tipping point in terms of a large-scale riot in Dublin, which made front-page news across the world, including here in the United States. It was prompted by a violent attack on a small group of children, a stabbing of a small group of children. And the riot was like something we've never seen before. Buildings, cars damaged, looting, etc., etc. So you take all of that together and you can sense that there is a sort of an underlying discontent, particularly around the migration issue, which is very, very new. But really it's quite potent, or there have been episodes which have been quite potent. But none of that has translated into a strong or an electorally significant movement. We have a parliament with 174 seats, and there is no seat occupied by a far-right party. In fact, in the last general election in 2024, the combined vote of all the parties that represent the far right on the political spectrum in Ireland, they scored about 2.6% of the vote, the entire vote as a whole. And for political scientists, there's a curiosity about all of this. It's what is preventing the far right in Ireland from actually translating into its support base into a politically significant movement? And there's a number of reasons for it. that I think are important to acknowledge and explore. One reason is Sinn Féin, which is one of Ireland's largest political parties. Rob mentioned it in the context of Northern Ireland. It's a left-wing political party, a political party whose, real focus is on the achievement of United Ireland. That was the genesis of the party's creation. But what Sinn Féin has done is quite interesting, because for those of a conservative ethno-nationalist outlook, Sinn Féin actually has become, for a long time, has been their electoral home. But Sinn Féin is pro-migrant. So it's managed to marry its support for United Ireland on the left of the political spectrum with a support for migration. So that's one reason. That kind of space, the electoral space available for any new political movement, was in many ways occupied by Sinn Féin during this period. Existing far-right parties in Ireland, I'll give you some of the names of them. They're tiny, teeny tiny. Anti-Corruption Ireland, Liberty Republic, the Irish Freedom Party, the National Party, Ireland First, the Irish People, etc., etc. There's a lot of them. They're tiny, they're really small, they really are micro parties in the truest sense of the word. And in many cases, they're just too extreme to be able to attract Irish voters in any significant numbers. They're also, because of their size, there's a fragmentation within the far-right movement. There's just too many of these parties, and they haven't been able to galvanize their support base. They're also not led by any maverick leader. There's no one personality or character that we can point to who's been able to galvanize support for this particular movement. We've also got a tradition in Ireland. We obviously have political parties, but we also have a tradition of independent TDs, independent MPs, who have no party political affiliation. And they're often the places they're often the places where you will find elements of a far-right narrative. So these independent TDs have been able to capture some of that voting base, but they can't really translate it into any strong power base because they don't have the political party infrastructure around them. It's also interesting to note that in response to the migration issue as it was emerging in the last few years, we saw the Irish government take action. So they responded to some of the discontent that was being highlighted. They did things like they cut allowances for refugees and asylum seekers, reduced processing times, increased the number of immigration police officers, etc., etc. And that helped to diffuse the potency of the immigration issue. So it again took away from some of the far right's narrative. And I do think it's important as well to mention the media in Ireland. There's really, unlike other European states, including Britain, there's no strong media outlet which is challenging establishment thinking using a populist frame. There's one or two of them, but again, they're very small and they're very niche, and they don't have a very wide readership. So I think that's a factor we should acknowledge as well. Then we have time to say a couple of words just about some of the novel ways in which I think Ireland has, if we put aside the immigration issue, Ireland has in some cases been a test case for some very interesting deliberative democracy tools. I'm going to quote my two colleagues, Teresa Reedy and Jane Souter, back home in Ireland. They've talked about the expanding fabric of Irish democracy. And they do it in two contexts. Ireland has a very strong tradition of public legitimacy through direct democracy. We use referendums all the time. In fact, since 1937, there's been about 42 referendums in Ireland. Yeah, which is a lot. Some of these are on social moral issues like divorce, for example, which was only legalized in 1995, but abortion, for example, is another one. Same-sex marriage is another one. We have referendums on the European Union, our membership of the European Union. Every time the EU agrees a new treaty, we require a referendum to make a constitutional change. And then there's some technical, political, and legal issues that have also required referendums, because essentially any change to the Irish Constitution can only be done through a referendum. That's hardwired into our political system. And I think if you look at the 43 since 1937, they're more likely to pass than fail. 30 of the 43 have passed, 13 have failed. And in a way, partly that's because there's a strong regulatory framework around them. And I think we've just gotten better at doing referendums, preparing for referendums, educating people about the issues that are on the table. And we've got a regulatory framework, an electoral commission in place to help us to actually run these referendums in ways that are effective. The other thing that we've done is we've used deliberative democracy. And we've we are a test case for deliberative democracy since probably 2012. We were an early adopter of citizens' assemblies. The first citizens' assembly in 2012 in Ireland, not that long ago, actually led to the referendum on same-sex marriage, which passed in 2015. But the citizens' assembly really was the first stage in that process of agreeing and supporting same-sex marriage. And it was just when I was thinking about this, that constitutional convention, that first citizens' assembly, was actually preceded by an initiative called We the Citizens. And We the Citizens was an experimental citizens' assembly. A group of colleagues, political scientists back in Ireland, pioneered that experiment, but it was actually funded by American money. It was funded by Chuck Feeney, an American and Atlantic philanthropies here in the United States. These citizens' assemblies, we've had a number of them since, on a various number of different themes. They usually include about 100 people randomly selected to represent the population as a whole. They meet over a period of time. They discuss particular issues. They have access to expertise. At the end, they make a collective decision on a particular policy issue, or in some cases, a constitutional issue. The evidence of all of this, what is the evidence of these assemblies? In and of themselves, they are deliberative processes. The government hasn't been entirely good at respecting the outcomes of all of these assemblies. There's a mixed record, actually. Some of these issues have moved forward after the conclusion of the assembly. Some haven't. So there's something to be said about that. But all of these deliberative exercises, I would suggest, they're now a normalised element of Ireland's political process. And they've become a really important vehicle for citizens between elections to actually voice discontent. And in some ways, they have perhaps captured, or at least allowed for an expression of that discontent in ways that are perhaps more appropriate and more fitting and more constructive as well. Two very final points. I think when we look at the world today and the wider destabilised geopolitical environment, Ireland will see future referendums, for sure. One of them may be on the issue of Irish neutrality. We are a militarily neutral state. And one of them may well be on the possibility of Irish unification. Now, they are two very emotive, very, very challenging subjects. And the far right will mobilise, for sure, around these particular issues. And I think there will be US involvement. I think that will be likely. Some of that will be well-intentioned, some of it may be less so. Steve Bannon, for example, is who you will all know. He's helping to form an Irish national party as he works behind the scenes on what he describes as the Irish situation, which is a reference to the migration challenges in Ireland. So my point in relation to all of this is that we will see future efforts at democratic deliberation in Ireland through the referendum process and through a deliberative process as well. But I think the things that we're going to be looking at in the future against the wider global backdrop are going to be particularly challenging for a small state like Ireland.
Thank you so much, everyone. We have about 10, 11-ish minutes for questions. I have plenty, but I will hold them inside, despite how difficult that is for me. I know there are lots of students here. Does anyone want to ask a question? Get some extra credit.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, thanks.
I was wondering, you mentioned the importance or the helpfulness of the Irish government in responding, at least in part, to migration problems and how that helps with democratic resilience. I'm curious if you could expand a bit more on that and if the Irish government has had historical challenges responding to other problems and what sorts of impacts that's had on other resistance movements to democratization.
Like
message. Hi, Ella. Thanks for the question. I think the point about the Irish government responding to the migration issue was, you know, they recognised that the far-right movement was actually tapping into some genuine discontent around this issue. And there were concerns that if that could be galvanised even further, that it would be, you know, it would potentially undermine the Irish government and the political parties that make up the Irish government. So the government, I think, acknowledged that perhaps there were some problems, and they sought to respond to those. And by doing that, they sort of took away the legitimacy of the far right's calls for responding to the issue. So they were responsive, I guess, to what they were hearing, and they were willing to listen to it and willing to act on it at that moment in time.
Thank you very much for an absolutely fascinating panel. My question was something that, Mary, you brought up, but maybe the others could also comment. Is Ireland the outlier in in benefiting when it comes to democratic resilience from the European Union? Because in some respects, the European Union and EU politics is the fodder of populism in Europe. You know, if you think of Hungary, France, and so on and so forth. Just maybe say a little bit more about that, because you made such a pronounced statement. Thank you.
Do you want me to go? Or you go ahead. Ireland has always had a very positive relationship with the EU, unlike most other states. And we've had a positive relationship with the EU because it's been economically beneficial. And the wider Irish population recognises and accepts that. The Celtic Tiger period is in many ways related to our membership of the single market. Inward investment from the United States and elsewhere is very much a consequence of our membership of the single market. So there's an appreciation for the EU which is not shared in other member states. I think we've also always felt comfortable as well in terms of our identity and being able to sort of share our identity within a broader European sphere. So for us, European membership, it's a positive. I mean, if you look at the opinion polling around Irish attitudes to the EU, like there's 70s, 80s percentage approval ratings. So we're always at the top. And I guess that's just translated into a situation whereby we feel comfortable in terms of EU membership. It's actually been further strengthened by Brexit in a weird sort of way. The EU really backed the Irish position during the Brexit period and further convinced the Irish population that actually the benefits of membership far outweigh any other option. And that's really been another way of pushing back against this populist drive. There is no really serious anti-EU party in Ireland in any way, shape or form. And that's in marked contrast to our nearest neighbour, the UK. But it really comes on the back of a positive experience of European Union membership.
And the EU has also been supportive of the Irish peace process.
Yeah,
and that was something that's really critical and played into the support the EU gave to Ireland during Brexit.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's something that's really been appreciated by the people in Northern Ireland, is that, you know, the EU, not as much like the United States, you know, supported the peace process, both politically as well as financially.
Mm-hmm.
But there's something larger here, and it's not directly to your question, Anis, but it's a larger point. When you listen to the presentation, when I'm listening to our own presentations, I'm playing it in my mind, you have this notion that, my God, if we could only bottle the Irish formula, isn't it wonderful, right? Everything seems so perfect. But of course, that's what you get when you get a 10-minute synopsis on each one, right? You get the kind of the short one. And there's a problem here. We have a country which is ultra-conservative, started economically in a terrible situation, and becomes now, seems to be a beacon of progressivism in today's world. And for a moment it seemed even, up until kind of 22, people were saying, you know, Ireland is also, because of its history, resilient to populism, which of course is a myth, right? That's been shown very clearly in Mary's presentation. Let's remember that Ireland is exactly, because it's an island, it's not immune to everything around. It's also getting everything that's coming in, all the currents are coming in and being remediated through its own discourse. So you see all these things having to be kind of reworked in a different form and working its way through. But Ireland is, of course, susceptible to social media and to all the phenomena that you see in Europe. Being part of Europe means you also get echoes of European authoritarianism. Where it'll be translated and happening, we don't know. But it's part of that discourse as well, even if it's not at the forefront of it. It's not immune from it. It's not isolated. That's the point to take into account.
My question, I suppose, is mostly for Professor Murphy, and I wanted to ask about the citizens' assemblies and to what degree they can meaningfully take on the responsibilities that are generally done through traditional representative government and cause all the problems with discontent that can sometimes cause. To what degree is any responsibility meaningfully being transferred, and to what degree do you think that's something that specifically would be successful in Ireland or also in other countries that might have more of that discontent and populist sentiment?
Yeah, the citizens' assemblies, not everyone loves them, let me be clear, because some of them see them as, taking from the conventional democratic system. But in Ireland, they have been broadly viewed as democratic innovations which have been productive and constructive. And they've looked at various different themes. The first big one was the same-sex marriage referendum. The next one was the abortion issue. But they've also looked at issues around climate change. They've looked at even smaller issues like the possible direct election of a mayor for Dublin. So there's various different themes that they look at. And they have been subject to criticism about sort of outsourcing decision-making to a random group of citizens, albeit that you're trying to help with their information base and allow them to make informed decisions. But that being said, they have been very useful, you know what I mean? And they have been broadly welcomed by people. I think the fact that they started out with the successful referendum in the same-sex marriage referendum was fortuitous in a way. Some of the ones that have come subsequently haven't been quite so successful, and they haven't garnered the same amount of sort of, not public support, but even public interest as the previous ones. And we're also a small state. That's the other point to make here as well. We're a state of 5 million people, so citizens' assemblies, in terms of their scale, I think, are well matched with a state our size. So I wouldn't like to paint a picture of them being, completely unopposed. There are reservations, and there's probably, you can't ask them to do everything either, you know what I mean? We have to be selective. And for the most part, we've concentrated on referendum and constitutional questions. But that being said, they are now really part of Ireland's political story. They really have become an institutionalized component of that. They really grew out of the economic crisis in 2008, and the way in which that completely changed and undermined the sort of the traditional features of Ireland's party system. There was a keen awareness on the part of the political parties who emerged from that period that people weren't happy. People really weren't happy, and people felt let down. So they were seen as a way of reconnecting with people and giving people a voice in between elections. So the timing of their creation is interesting in that respect as well.
I think I'm going to assert my small dominance as chair to maybe ask one final question, because I know we have a coffee break and everyone is jonesing for it. But I think everyone on the panel has made this great point, right? That Ireland is not unique, right? It is unique, but it's also not. It's not immune to other things. But this week, former President Joe Biden gave a St. Patrick's Day speech at the Irish-American Partnership, and he said, a direct quote, he stated that Irish-American learned reverence for democracy at the Irish history discussed at their dinner tables. Right, so that was his kind of direct quote. So I want to maybe ask what lessons can America, or maybe larger countries, maybe the countries that we talked about that might be slipping in these forms of democracy, what lessons maybe they can learn from Ireland in its history of democratic resilience?
I'll start off with the fact that I think it's important to differentiate, if you look at the long historical view, the difference between a country which is seeking independence and one that has independence. One is democratic resilience when the state is the main player, and the other is when people are trying to achieve sovereignty, right? And you've seen the difference there. So those are two different kind of histories, and it relates also to events in our time with these transitions. We heard of different states that went through different transitions. One when it's a form of opposition and resistance, when people are demanding sovereignty. And the other when the state is the main player, and sometimes it's activism against the state. So we have all these different forms. We have to break it out. And Ireland has gone through the whole process. And I think that that's important to look at. Ireland in many ways is a laboratory for a lot of these experiments, partly because of size, partly because it also goes against a lot of what we see around, meaning this is interesting to see in an age where we're told that liberal democracy died, and yet has died, is dying, or wherever place you want to put it on the spectrum, and you see it in a way thriving still in Ireland and developing these new formats and going through crises for a moment. If you even think of what Mary was saying before about the support, Hannes's question, to go back to it again, the support for Europe. You would have thought that after the economic crisis, and there was a moment that there was opposition in Ireland, people were blaming, is Europe to blame here? Is Europe the bank which is holding us to account? Is Europe enforcing austerity? That was an easy moment that things could have flipped. And yet this versatile adaptability to find a way through it is interesting. But also in an interesting way, just the last point here perhaps, in terms of, we're in a political science gathering here. And so it was, I just want to point out something about this session here. We had a 2/3 history and then politics at the end, right? But that's also something which is very typical in Ireland. History plays a key role. These traditions come back, people are looking back, and what is the extent of the role? I'm not sure. We had a debate yesterday about unification. We're asking, will historical traditions swing it, or will it be about economic realities and social realities now? But history plays a role. I think it's not by chance that while Brexit was happening, Ireland was dealing with something completely different. It was dealing with a decade of centenaries, looking back 100 years ago at its independence. It was very different from the 250 of the way it was managed here. It was events all across Ireland, which people are looking at how the events of the Irish Revolution happened. In a way, it even fostered, without even knowing it, it wasn't the state's intention, a form of neo-nationalism, which emerged of the kind of a re-greening of Ireland, which is also a political factor. But the engagement with the history of traditions is all the time there in Ireland, and in other places, political science sometimes elides that. We think it's all about the present, and we don't look at the longer traditions. And in Ireland, it's quite clear.
Do you want to go next?
Yeah, no, I just talk about, you mentioned resilience. I mean, and think of Northern Ireland, and there were 30 years of ferocious violence that extended from 1968 to 1998. But there are people such as John Hume, especially, who I would argue was the architect of the Good Friday Agreement, who, in spite of all of the violence, remained committed to try and develop civil discourse and to try and bring sides together. And progress was made. I mean, he and David Trimble were able to work together, and deservedly won Nobel Peace Prizes for their efforts. So in spite of the kind of darkness and fear and violence and paranoia, remaining committed to democracy, in the end succeeded.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Guy's point about education, I do think is very important. We have a very well-educated society in Ireland. We have very high numbers. Over half of our population is third-level educated. We have pretty small dropout rates. I do think that is an important, I think that's important for any society, that you have a well-educated populace. And we do invest in education. And we kind of revere education, and we've done that historically. I don't think we're anti-intellectual in the way that maybe other states are either. So that's important. Because a lot comes from that, economic success potentially comes from that. Respect for democracy comes from that. Respect for free speech comes from that. I think there's something to be said as well, though, about leadership, and the people in leadership positions willing to be responsive and reactive. Sometimes that's very difficult. And I know in Ireland it has been difficult to say, it's hard to say, well, we got that wrong, so we're going to try something else. But that kind of leadership is important. That responsiveness is important. And I think just a willingness to try new things, to test new models. That's something we've been reasonably good at doing, particularly with the citizens' assemblies, but even actually with the Good Friday Agreement. And I think we're lucky as well. We have had support. We're a small state, but we have situated ourselves within the European Union, which provides a really important buffer for us and a really important cushion. And we still have good relations with the United States as well, which I think it has been important for us too. So being a good neighbour.
Even with Britain, when you think about it,
Even with Britain,
perhaps the most
yeah.
amazing
Yeah.
moment this week was to watch the Taoiseach, the Prime Minister of Ireland, sit next to the
Yeah.
President of America, who was debasing Europe and debasing Britain, and the Prime Minister, the Taoiseach of Ireland, was defending the Prime Minister of England. It was a unique moment by any standard.
While also criticizing Winston Churchill.
Yeah. It was a very complicated meeting. I know everyone is jonesing for coffee. If we could just thank the panel for their contribution. And I believe, according to my program, we are about 10 minutes for a coffee break, and then we are back here at 4:15. Jonathan says, please be back here at 4:15.
Sure.
Sure, where would you
So welcome back this afternoon. It is a pleasure to introduce our next session, which will take the place of take the form of a fireside chat
Testing.
with one of our nation's foremost experts on the freedom of speech. Our special guest is Nadine Strossen. She is the John Marshall Harlan II Professor of Law Emerita at New York Law School, and she served as president of the American Civil Liberties Union from 1991 to 2008. She is a senior fellow with the Foundation for Individual Rights and Education, and she's a leading expert and frequent speaker and media commentator on constitutional law and civil liberties. Nadine Strossen also serves on the advisory boards of the ACLU, the Academic Freedom Alliance, Heterodox Academy, National Coalition Against Censorship, and the University of Austin. Moderating the discussion will be Isaiah Sterrett, who received his PhD from the History Department at Boston College, where he focused on antebellum and Civil War era America. Isaiah is in his second year as the postdoctoral research fellow at the Clough Center, where he has been leading the Junior Fellows Program for undergraduates, and where he has been an exemplary collaborator who has assisted on all aspects of the center for the past 2 years. So please join me in welcoming Professor Nadine Strossen. Thank you for making the trip to Boston.
Hi, Nadine. Thank you so much for being here. I'm really so delighted to have the opportunity to sit down with you.
My pleasure. And before you ask me your first question, I want to thank not only Jonathan and Isaiah, who have been fantastic to work with, but I want to thank Chuck Clough, who one of his statements that is posted on your website salutes the freedom of speech as being so essential to democracy. And since free speech is increasingly under attack and public opinion polls show that many people do not support it, I do not take that for granted. So many thanks. And I also want to thank Peter Coquillette, whom I saw here, an undergraduate. I met a really remarkable group of undergraduates who have formed an organization that is promoting free speech and civil discourse, and we had an opportunity to meet before this, and some law students came over, and they were so impressed, and they said, we have nothing like this at the law school. We wish that we could come. Can we come to your meetings, right, Peter? They asked if they could come to your meetings, and I think that, I'm sad it's not happening at the law school, but they also saluted their faculty members for inspiring open discourse and debate. So out of respect for your school, I am wearing your lovely school colors, maroon and gold, and notice it is not crimson, it is maroon. Quite seriously, I looked up the difference between the two, and here's what Perplexity told me. Crimson feels passionate, energetic, and attention-grabbing, while maroon appears more sophisticated, subdued, and refined. So I'm definitely a maroon girl.
I love it. I love it. I wish I'd thought to ask you about our colors. I want to start, I think, with what I'm more or less thinking about as a preliminary question, and you sort of started addressing it just now. Professor Lawrence mentioned that you led the ACLU for a number of years, and one of the reasons I'm excited to talk with you is that the impact the ACLU has had on how we understand what the freedom of speech is, I think, has been enormous. And you, of course, yourself have been a great advocate for the freedom of speech. But as I was thinking about our conversation today, I kept coming back to the fact that the Constitution protects all kinds of essential rights. Right next to the freedom of speech clause, we have the free exercise clause protecting religious liberty.
And the non-establishment clause.
That's a good one,
also
too.
protecting religious liberty.
That's a good one, too. So my preliminary question is, why speech? Why, as an activist, as a lawyer, as a teacher, as a scholar, why have you focused your attention on speech?
I feel like I want to get closer to the microphone here. There we go. Always wanted to be a torch singer. A little closer, right, so you can hear. The ACLU's mission has been to defend all fundamental freedoms for all people. I completely subscribe to that mission. However, starting about 10 years ago, I realized that there was a rising tide of illiberalism from both ends of the political spectrum. And I decided that it was really important for me to be very strategic about how I used my time. I am absolutely convinced, Isaiah, based on my own now many decades long experience and my study of U.S. history, you're also, you're an expert in U.S. history, and looking at countries around the world, that freedom of speech is the essential prerequisite for every other right. And the entire civil liberties agenda, for that matter, the entire anti-civil liberties agenda, or whatever cause you want to advocate, you cannot do it without free speech. And that is why one of the first inroads into liberal democracy is attacks on free speech, which we are seeing sadly, in our own country and in countries around the world.
We'll come back in a minute or two to the present day, but I want to go back briefly to the 1970s, and in particular, I want to ask you about the famous Skokie cases, and I bring them up because you've spoken about them a lot, you've written about them a lot. Skokie, of course, was the Chicago suburb in which a group of neo-Nazis, a small group, but a vocal group, sought to stage a public demonstration in 1977 and 78. And they knew, and everyone knew, that Skokie was home not only to many Jewish families, but in particular to hundreds of Holocaust survivors and many thousands more who had lost family in the Holocaust. So I wonder if, first of all, you could give us a sense of what role the ACLU played in those disputes. And secondly, and I think for me more importantly, almost half a century later, why should we remember Skokie? Why does it matter?
Skokie is the paradigmatic case that illustrates how very, very robust freedom of speech is in this country. It epitomizes what the Supreme Court has called the bedrock principle of our system of free speech: viewpoint neutrality. Government must remain neutral with respect to the view, the idea, the content, or the message, no matter how reviled it is, no matter how loathsome or hateful it might be. In our system of government, it is not for the government to decide that it should be repressed. It is for we, the people, to respond through our own free speech rights, ignoring it, debating it, refuting it, questioning it, and so forth. And it is of complete current relevance, Isaiah, and this actually goes back to your first question as well. I became so energized about spreading understanding, doing my best to spread understanding about free speech about 10 years ago, because it coincided with a very positive resurgence of student activism, in particular on college campuses, in favor of racial justice, gender justice, human rights, all kinds of causes that were very dear to my heart, for which I had also been crusading for a long time. But it became quite clear that social justice advocates, progressive students, not only did not welcome free speech as their ally, essential ally, as I am convinced it is, but to the contrary, we're becoming increasingly hostile to free speech. In fact, Len Gutkin just wrote about this in the Chronicle of Higher Education a couple of days ago, quoted me on point that students at the University of Missouri, you may remember after the tragic killing of Michael Brown, reanimated campus activism after decades of apathy on campus, when surveys showed that students were not even aware of political issues, let alone trying to affect those issues themselves. So on the one hand, speaking as a campus activist from the late 60s and early 70s myself, I was very enthused that we saw students who are really committing themselves, even while they are still students, to advancing human rights. But on the other hand, despondent that they did not understand that free speech plays an essential role. And so the Skokie case, where, you know, on the one hand, the immediate beneficiary of freedom of speech were the Nazis, the ACLU, which directly represented them, understood that the principle at stake, the viewpoint neutrality principle, would redound to the benefit of completely the opposite perspective. And in fact, in our brief in the Skokie case, we pointed out that even in the same state of Illinois, another city about equidistant from Chicago, but with a very different political and demographic base, Cicero Illinois, we had made exactly the same arguments. Now, to get an idea of what Cicero was like at that time, there was a cover story about it because of terrible anti-civil rights riots there, and Time magazine called Cicero Selma, Alabama, without the Southern accent. And the same arguments that were made by against the Nazis in Skokie by the Jewish population were made against Martin Luther King in Cicero. It's going to cause insurrection, it's going to cause violence, it's going to cause emotional distress. And so I think the lessons of that case are really, really important to make clear to current activists that they have to look beyond whose ox is being gored in a particular case and understand that their cause is going to be unpopular in some quarters, and it's going to depend on that viewpoint neutrality principle.
The R.A. Nair book, for which you just wrote the afterword, makes, I think, that point brilliantly.
R.A. Nair was the executive director of the ACLU in 1977 to 78 when we represented the neo-Nazis. I myself am the daughter of a Holocaust survivor, and a lot of people ask me, how in the world could you defend the free speech for the Nazis? But put myself aside, R.A. is himself a Holocaust survivor. He was born in Berlin. His entire extended family was completely slaughtered by the Nazis. He and his immediate family, after enormous, enormous suffering, managed to escape to the United States, and he became executive director of the ACLU and led it through the Skokie crisis, as we call it, because even though it was an easy victory in the courts of law. I mean, this is, as I said, the bedrock free speech principle. And every single court that ruled on the case, all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court, we won. And it was such a clear case that the U.S. Supreme Court did something that it rarely does. It affirmed the First Amendment victory without even receiving briefs or oral arguments. But in the court of public opinion, including among many Jewish Americans, it was extremely unpopular. REA got you can imagine, horrendous hate mail, including wishing that if the Nazis get power, that he would be the first to be in the ovens and so forth. So immediately after that episode, he wrote an amazing book that I reread every couple of years. It really stands the test of time, called Defending My Enemy, American Nazis and the Risks of Freedom. And he gave me permission to distribute. It went out of print quite a few years ago, and I'm always recommending it to people in my constant talks on the subject. He, many years ago, gave me permission to distribute PDF versions of it. And a couple years ago, I was doing a webinar for FIRE, and it turns out FIRE also is always recommending the book. And we had the idea, it's time for this to be republished. It is so timely now, and fortunately, the New Press agreed with us, got it published in record time. REA nicely invited me to do the afterword. I think even more significant, Isaiah, the new foreword was written by Eleanor Holmes Norton. Many of you may know that she was the first black woman, the first woman of all to chair the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. She is a longtime non-voting member of Congress for the District of Columbia. She began her illustrious legal career as an ACLU staff lawyer, and she was involved in directly defending a number of white supremacists, including Alabama Governor George Wallace. And she remains, to this day, so proud of that work and so convinced that the ultimate beneficiaries included her colleagues in the Student Nonviolence Coordinating Committee, and basically the movement for civil rights depended on those same freedoms that we had to accord to our enemies as well as our allies.
Yeah, exactly. I'll bring us back to the 2020s for this question, but it has a certain historical element. You were friendly with the late Justice Scalia, and I bring that up because this year would have been his 90th birthday. It also marks 40 years since he joined the Supreme Court and 10 years since he passed away. So it seems an appropriate time to think about his legacy, which is enormous, but I am curious what you think his legacy is as far as the First Amendment generally and the freedom of speech specifically.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about my pal, Nino. He was really a wonderful friend, and as you know, he was famously extremely good friends with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who also could not have been more ideologically different. Here at BC, such a distinguished Jesuit institution, I have to tell you, the first time that I met him, I was a little bit shy and nervous and thinking he would have these negative stereotypes about me. And so to break the ice, I thought I would talk about some things that we had in common, including the fact that one of my very best friends is Catholic and, you know, a civil libertarian. And I was talking about Father Robert Drinan, who, of course, was dean of the law school here and an amazing, wonderful person. And he was vice chair of the National Advisory Council of the ACLU and a very significant ACLU leader. So we had that in common, too. But when I mentioned this to Nino, he said, "Oh, a Jesuit." So that didn't get me too much credit. But let me tell you, I'm going to tell you an anecdote that will illustrate how completely committed he was to the viewpoint neutrality principle. He cast a significant vote in the historic Supreme Court decision in 1989 that upheld the right to burn the American flag under the First Amendment. And let me tell you that that was such an unpopular decision. I haven't looked at recent surveys, but it was so unpopular that the very next day, the President of the United States, George H.W. Bush, gave a speech denouncing it and calling for a constitutional amendment to make an exception to free speech, specifically for burning the U.S. flag. And that amendment had so much traction, it rapidly gained 3/4 of the state support, which you know you need to ratify a constitutional amendment. It sailed through the House of Representatives. And the last time it came for a vote in the Senate, it failed by only a 2-vote margin. Almost nobody on either side of the aisle wanted to vote against that constitutional amendment. So it really took a great deal of principle to support free speech. And one of the more liberal members of the Supreme Court at the time, John Paul Stevens, who was a veteran, dissented very passionately. Chief Justice Rehnquist, who was the ideological ally of Nino Scalia, dissented. But Scalia wrote a wonderful opinion. I'm sorry I didn't bring the exact quote, but in which he made some disparaging comments about scruffy, you know, bearded guys who are burning flags, and he doesn't like them at all. But they have this important free speech right. So this decision was right before I did a debate with him on 2 other provisions in the First Amendment, the Free Exercise Clause and the Non-Establishment Clause, at the Jewish Theological Seminary in New York. And let me just say, we had very strongly opposed views on those 2 provisions in the First Amendment. His view has now come to the fore, is in the ascendancy on the current Supreme Court. Anyway, when it came to the audience Q&A, the very first question wasn't about the Free Exercise Clause, wasn't about the Establishment Clause, but a woman stood up and she is railing against him. How could you possibly vote to uphold free speech for flag burners? And Scalia, he says, here I am in like the most liberal congressional district in the United States. We had, by the way, in that district, I lived there. My husband teaches at Columbia, and we're in the same district as the Jewish Theological Seminary. We had elected a dead Democrat in the prior election. And I'm the most liberal district in the United States. I'm being attacked for being too liberal. It's a wonderful legacy, and I do think that one can agree or disagree with his methods of interpretation, originalism. He certainly made a very, very strong impact on the court, where that has now become a dominant methodology, accepted, or, maybe accepted more grudgingly by those on the left, but they accept it. And I think that he consistently applied his methodology even when it came to results that were not of welcome to his political tribe. And that's a model that I no longer take for granted.
Thanks for sharing all of that. I love hearing all about that. I want to ask you about violence. And I'm asking this partly because we're talking about the freedom of speech. I'm also asking it because we're on a university campus. Late last year, the activist Charlie Kirk was assassinated at Utah Valley University. It was horrifying and shocking and tragic. So I have a couple of questions about that. The first is, how should we think about the place of Charlie Kirk and his assassination in the context of the history of the freedom of speech in America? I have wondered, and I'd love to hear your take on this, if he's a kind of Elijah Lovejoy figure. And secondly, does the murder of Charlie Kirk, who was literally speaking the moment he was killed, reveal a connection or give us a new way to think about the relationship between political speech, which is indispensable, and political violence, which is intolerable?
Isaiah told me that he would ask me some of these questions, and when I saw Elijah Lovejoy's name, I thought, I bet there are a lot of people who don't know who he was. I'm not going to ask for a show of hands, but not to be insulting, maybe you as the historian should say something about his role in the abolition movement and the free speech movement.
So Lovejoy was a minister, a Presbyterian minister. He was a native of Maine, but he moved to the Midwest, Missouri and Illinois, as a young man, and became one of the great abolitionist writers and publishers, and because of that, gained the disapprobation of his neighbors. And in 1837, just a couple days shy of his 35th birthday, a mob killed him and destroyed his printing press. So at that moment, it was kind of a turning point moment for abolitionism. It was also a turning point moment for the freedom of speech, because it was really at that moment that many people who hadn't thought about the freedom of speech became interested in defending it.
And I've read that it was a very significant moment for Abraham Lincoln in particular. And it really resonates with the point that I've been making from the beginning, what an absolutely crucial role freedom of speech has been for resisting any kind of discrimination or injustice, and how censorship has been a tool against abolition, against civil rights, against every movement for social justice throughout and equal justice throughout U.S. history. So let me tell you another, personal experience. The night before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, FIRE had just released its most recent annual survey of college students. It's conducted by College Pulse, a reputable organization with the largest student database. It was the largest survey that had ever been done, and it showed very challenging I'm not going to say depressing, because as an activist, you're always optimistic, right? But the most challenging responses from students showing a very, at best, indifference and at worst, hostility toward free speech. And of all the challenging findings, the one that flagged at the top of the press release that went out the night before the assassination was that 40% of college students all across the ideological spectrum believe that words are violence. And the next day he gets assassinated. And I'm still getting chills when I say that, because the logic of believing that words are violence is that if you hear words you don't like, it is appropriate to respond with violence. And even more sobering, Isaiah, FIRE did a survey a few months after the Kirk assassination, both at the campus itself and also around the country, to see if attitudes had changed as a result. Well, you can't say as a result, but at least, after the assassination. And sadly, again, across the political spectrum, the support for, and I'm sorry, not only that words are violence, but they had expressly said that something like a third said that violence is at least sometimes justified in order to silence speech that you disagree with. And both of those statistics increased on campuses around the country after Charlie Kirk's assassination. So both that words are violence and that violence is at least sometimes justified to silence words you disagree with. The only exception was on the campus where he had been assassinated, where support for both of those propositions decreased.
So after this one, I'll ask the audience for your questions. In a way, this gets us back to where we started, but and it also goes back to your afternoon with Peter and others. This year at the Clough Center, we started the Junior Fellows Program for talented undergraduates, of whom there are many. And more than once in our seminar meetings, we talked about a tension that I think is really kind of at the core of our constitutional order. On the one hand, you have democracy, which is the rule of the people. But then on the other hand, you have these things called rights. And rights, sometimes by their nature, come at the expense of democracy. Sometimes the people really want to prohibit speech, and they can't. And I want you to think about, or help us think about, that tension. How do the two things work together? And in particular, how do you think about that tension in light of democratic resilience?
It's interesting. I was thinking it's similar to the conundrum that Stephen Levitsky raised a couple of times during his excellent remarks, when he said, on the one hand, the new populism is more democratic, and the older system with the gatekeeping was less democratic. So when I was president of the ACLU, I can't tell you how many times people said to me, but doesn't the majority have rights? Why can't this super majority that wants to ban flag burning, why can't they? Well, ultimately they could through a constitutional amendment. But, and you are all political, so many of you are political scientists, so please forgive me. I'm not, if my vocabulary may not be exactly correct, but our framers, in their wisdom, did not create what I understand to be a pure democracy where the majority gets to decide everything through elected representatives or other mechanisms. Yes, on virtually all issues of public policy, that is how it works. The majority does elect representatives who are responsive and accountable to them to adopt policies, but the framers recognized that there are some rights that are so fundamental that no majority, no matter how large, can take them away from any minority, no matter how small or despised that minority might be. The Bill of Rights was added to the original Constitution to make that explicitly clear, but I want to emphasize that the Bill of Rights is sort of like a belt and suspenders approach. The original Constitution created a federal government of limited powers, and the powers did not include the right to restrict freedom of speech. And I think that it's really important to explain to people, again, through examples of how our democratic republic has been able to advance closer and closer to the founding ideals. Now I'm channeling the 250th anniversary. Obviously, we were nowhere close to recognizing the reality of all people being created equal, as Jefferson proclaimed, but we have come closer and closer to that ideal, and it has only been through the exercise of free speech rights on behalf of movements and causes that were deeply despised, viewed as dangerous, sought to be censored, but ultimately resulted in constitutional change and political change that has made our democratic republic more robust.
Thank you so much. Well, I think it's appropriate in the interest of the freedom of speech that the audience ask questions.
They may even make comments as long as I get to comment on the comment.
Here comes Griffin with the...
Hello, I'm Sharon Frey-Witzer. I'm a longtime criminal defense attorney, card-carrying member of the ACLU, big fan, wearing maroon, not crimson. I obviously couldn't be more of a fan. I'm very much concerned about free speech protections. My academic interests are actually at the place where free speech creates a problem for itself. In hate crime, perhaps revenge porn, and disinformation. So I wonder what, if any, opportunities you see for regulation in those areas which survive your own concerns about free speech, perhaps through time, place, or manner restrictions or intent requirements.
The most recent book that I wrote about free speech, I co-authored with my colleague Greg Luciano from FIRE, and it's called 10 Arguments Against Free Speech. It's The War on Words, subtitled 10 Arguments Against Free Speech and Why They Fail. And one of those arguments is that free speech is absolute. I'm not pinning you with having made that argument, Sharon, but a lot of people who attack freedom of speech, both as defended by the ACLU and, more importantly, as defined by the United States Supreme Court, is not ridiculously absolute, as it is often caricatured as being. To the contrary, American free speech law makes a great deal of common sense, and it does empower the government to outlaw the speech that is the most dangerous. Namely, it's often described as speech that satisfies the emergency principle, which was formulated by Justice Louis Brandeis at the beginning of the 20th century, where he said, and it's the counterpart of the viewpoint neutrality principle. The fact that you despise the view is not ever a justification for speech. But if you get beyond the view of the speech, the content, and you look at it in its overall context, and in the particular facts and circumstances, it directly causes or imminently threatens certain specific serious harms, it can and should be restricted. And some of the examples that you mentioned do satisfy that principle. But let me give the talk of so-called revenge porn, or I think they're calling it now non-consensual intimate imagery, non-consensual intimate imagery, is already illegal under general laws that violate privacy, misappropriation, defamation, and so forth. But the devil's in the details. Some of the statutes are written so broadly that they outlaw expression that all of us think should be protected, including important academic expression. Let me talk about so-called disinformation as another example. Most false speech is constitutionally protected. For many reasons, including, as the Supreme Court said not too long ago, in our country, we don't need Orwell's Ministry of Truth. After all, one person's, quote, fake news is somebody else's true information. One person's disinformation is somebody else's gospel truth. It's usually, these terms are bandied about when you talk about not matters of objectively verifiable or falsifiable facts, but rather matters of interpretation, perspective, analysis, opinion. If, however, you are talking about an objectively verifiable or falsifiable fact that directly causes specific harm, satisfying the emergency principle, it can and should be outlawed. And you know, you're a lawyer, you know examples. Fraud is an example where you intentionally lie to somebody, intending them to rely on it to their detriment, and they do suffer adverse financial consequences, among others. Another good example is perjury. In a court of law, you lie and you deny due process and the rule of law. Another example is defamation. You intentionally lie about somebody and you cause harm to their reputation, which usually has adverse economic consequences. Beyond that, we've seen that anti-disinformation laws that have broader definitions are used to thwart political dissent or speakers or ideas that are disfavored. And I need look no further than the United States itself, when during the civil rights movement, overly broad concepts of punishable defamation, before the Supreme Court narrowed the definition, were systematically used by southern states and municipalities to go after the civil rights movement and the northern press that was covering the civil rights movement in a deliberate campaign to silence the protesters.
Hi, thank you so much for this amazing talk. I am Maria Alejandra Gutierrez. I'm fortunate to be a doctoral fellow right now at the Clough Center. And I just wanted to ask you something related to an amazing talk that we had yesterday as well about hyperconnectivity. And they were talking about like how hyperconnectivity sometimes it's totally related with democracy, but at the same time, it may also be related, for example, with populism, moral, like even outrage, even like radicalism. So I just wanted to ask you, taking into account this and freedom of speech, which you are an expert, do you think that this hyperconnectivity that we are at right now actually brings more democracy or less? I found it so complex yesterday, so I just wanted to ask you what you think about it.
Oh, I'm so sorry I didn't get to hear that, and thank you for telling me about it. As with every type of communication, including communications technologies, which I think is what you're talking about, social media, for example, it is a potential force for great good and also for great harm. It depends on how we human beings, we imperfect human beings, use it. And that is why the Supreme Court, in a fairly recent case involving hateful speech, and by the way, here at BC, I'll say the hateful speech was anti-Catholic, among other groups that were despised by this hateful group. And the Supreme Court acknowledged that this speech could do a lot of psychological and emotional harm to the people, including Catholics, who were targeted by it. And the Supreme Court said, we support freedom of speech, not despite the fact that it can do harm, but precisely because of that fact. Speech can do harm because it is so powerful, but it is a power that can be harnessed for great good as well as great harm. And basically, now I'm going to paraphrase, and I think we saw a slide of Winston Churchill, so I'll channel him. I often think of his famous epigram about democracy. It's the most flawed system except for all of the alternatives. So yeah, freedom of speech is flawed. People say nasty things. They may persuade other people to adopt nasty ideas or even to take evil actions. But what is the alternative? Would we rather entrust government with the power to pick and choose, short of being able to satisfy that specific definition of an emergency? And I think that I would rather trust my fellow human beings in using the positive power of free speech, including to point out the dangers of hyperconnectivity, to respond to disinformation and other types of harmful speech. Plus, since you're so young, I want to point out the positives of social media and hyperconnectivity, which I think a recent generation just simply takes for granted. Until social media came along, there were so many long-standing human rights causes that never got off the ground because we didn't have that hyperconnectivity. So the ACLU had been crusading against unjustified police violence, particularly against young, dark-skinned men, for going back at least to the 1970s when I started getting involved with it. And we coined the phrase driving while black. I mean, it was the genesis of the Black Lives Matter movement, but it never gained traction until the power of social media distributing actual video really galvanized the movement. Same thing with the movement against sexual harassment and sexual violence, including, abuse of intimate imagery. That had existed for decades, at least going back to when I was a college student. But the Me Too movement finally, using the power of social media, finally propelled it. Let me mention one other example, which I was thinking of when Stephen Levitsky was talking about campaigns, political campaigns. Barack Obama was the first national level political candidate who harnessed the power of social media. And a lot of analysts, now again, I'm talking to experts here, but from my novice perspective, reading political scientists in the media commentariat, they gave a lot of credit to his use of social media, that he could overcome this weird name and a racial minority and so forth. And more recently in New York, we have a very unconventional mayor who was got, again, his brilliant use of social media was given credit for his opportunity.
Thank you very much. I have a quick question. You mostly spoke about freedom of speech, but sometimes you spoke about freedom of expression. I take it from my very limited knowledge of the history of the First Amendment, that's a later reformulation of the same idea. What do we lose if we limit ourselves to advocating for the freedom of speech as opposed to the freedom of expression?
To the very best of my knowledge, the Supreme Court has always defended a very broad concept of speech, which I think is better captured by the word expression. So as far back as I can remember, the justices have assumed to be, almost without discussion, to be subsumed within the free speech and free press clauses, what is sometimes called symbolic expression, such as wearing an armband or even marching in a picket line or a protest. And there really hasn't, even when new technologies have come along, There really, with one exception, there really hasn't been much of a debate about the extent to which something that the framers did not expressly have in mind, it didn't exist, should at least come under the rubric of free speech. Now, again, because freedom of speech is an absolute, maybe it applies differently. Obviously, if you're having a picket, a demonstration, you have to take into account that you don't want it to be disruptive of traffic and so forth. But that's why I think the word expression, quite uncontroversially, is more a more accurate description of the concept. And I think originalists don't disagree with that.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm an assistant professor here, and for better or worse, I'm teaching a class on censorship. And one of the things we've read so far is Arina's essay in the Washington Spectator. So like talking about the difference between Skokie and Charlottesville. So one, the context, right, that you don't have a sitting president seeming to be endorsing some of that. And secondly, like potential for violence and how Charlottesville prompted the ACLU to start thinking about who they're defending based on the potential for violence, based on whether they're bringing guns to the protest, right? And there was some conversation and discussion about that. So I'm just curious about where we are now in that conversation, right? And whether that's actually sort of in a way limiting some of the ideals you mentioned about sort of like defending folks, right? Because we're defending speech, right? Does it make a difference? And how do we assess the potential of violence, full violence?
I think who wrote the essay that you mentioned?
Nair.
Oh, okay. But I don't remember that. But so in Charlottesville in 2017, the ACLU did essentially what we had done in the Skokie case 40 years earlier. We defended the free speech rights of, in that case, Unite the Right demonstrators to demonstrate in Charlottesville and won handily in the district court, because there was no evidence that there was any violence that was even planned, let alone going to take place. Now, we know what did happen, but I'm telling you what the evidence was at the time. I've read the transcript of the hearing, and the chief of police in Charlottesville testified, we've looked into this situation. There's no evidence that anybody is planning any violence. And by the way, if we're wrong and that does happen, we're prepared, and it won't actually take place. So based on that record, the judge, and the other part of the record was members of the Charlottesville City Council testifying that they were voting to repeal the permit that had been granted to these demonstrators because of their loathsome views. So, that may have political appeal, that kind of statement, and logical appeal, but it shows that the motivation for censorship is violating that cardinal viewpoint neutrality principle. Now, we know what happened after the fact is, sadly, what the police chief testified turned out not to be correct, and as the Charlottesville City Council appointed an independent commission to do a report about what had led to the horrible tragedy, the murder of Heather Heyer and the injury of many, many others. And they were very critical of the police at every level. And I say I have, great sympathy and great admiration for people who put their lives on the line to defend all of us. And sometimes they get criticized for doing too much, cracking down too much, and sometimes they get criticized for doing too little. In this case, there was a real failure of communication and training, and I think Charlottesville has put in place a number of constructive, corrective measures to prevent that kind of tragedy in the future. The ACLU received a lot of blowback, not so much from the public as happened during the Skokie case, but from staff lawyers, and a board member of the ACLU in Virginia publicly resigned and wrote a letter to the New York Times about that. So the national legal director of the ACLU convened a committee that came up with guidelines that did not at all change the ACLU case selection procedures, but did something that I've been trying to do in my own way, and that is to do a better job of communicating why is it that an organization that's defending civil rights and has worked hand in glove with the civil rights movement is also defending free speech for these anti-civil rights protesters. It also had a line that we would probably, of the factors that we take into account, we would probably, or I think it was presumptively was the word, but not absolutely, refuse to defend free speech for any demonstrators who were armed. And I was no longer president, but I was very good friends with the legal director, and I called him, and David Cole, he's a professor at another fine Jesuit institution, Georgetown, and I called David and I said, but how come we're not having an absolute ban on representing people, demonstrators who are armed? And he said, well, you know, we have a history. We defended free speech for the Black Panthers back in the 60s and 70s, and they were armed. And, you know, we took efforts at local government, police took efforts to make sure that, I don't know, the guns weren't loaded or, you know, they weren't going to be used, but that was a really important part of the message. And this, in a way, goes back to the question about expression versus speech, that maybe a big part of your message is that, if suppose you're demonstrating for Second Amendment rights, that might arguably be a reason. So thank you for the very important, interesting question.
Hello, my name is Victoria. I'm a freshman here studying psychology and philosophy. Thank you so much for coming. My question is, what role should schools play in allowing or limiting campus demonstrations to balance campus peace while allowing students free speech? I'm from New York City, so I was curious, what lessons can we learn from schools like Columbia?
My husband teaches at Columbia, and I live right around the corner, so I'm intimately familiar. So in addition to the emergency principle, where speech may be restricted for reasons that have nothing to do with its viewpoint, there's another big category of regulations that have nothing to do with the viewpoint. And they are called viewpoint neutral time, place, and manner regulations. Now, the government does not get an absolute free pass. It has to show that the regulation is reasonably and narrowly tailored to promote an important goal, and that there are ample alternative means of communication. But what this means is that you may not have a protest that is disruptive of the ordinary activities to which the property is used. So if you're demonstrating on a public sidewalk, you can't interfere with freedom of movement. If you're demonstrating on campus, you can't obstruct people's access to classrooms. You can't shout noisily in a way that disrupts lectures. And so again, I think it's really commonsensical. In fact, many people don't know this, but that concept of the right, the fact that you have to be non-disruptive or peaceful in your demonstrations is actually in the language of the First Amendment itself, which includes the freedom of the people peaceably to assemble. Not in a disruptive fashion, certainly not in a violent fashion. And one of the things that I learned from observing what was happening at Columbia and other places is, glad, you know, I'm still learning, I really enjoy that, that in order to have meaningful free speech, it is as important that government, including public universities, do not allow expressive exercises that go beyond the bounds of permissible free speech. That is as important as not restricting expressive exercises that do comport with free speech principles, because the disruptive, intimidating protests not only cause other harms, but they inhibit the free speech of other people who are either directly prevented from voicing their ideas or are chilled from doing so. So you've got an adverse free speech impact if you do not enforce constitutional restrictions on expressive activities that go beyond the bounds of permitted speech.
Nadine, if it were up to me, we would just keep doing this, but it's not. So I want to thank you so, so much, and I hope everybody will join me in thanking Nadine Strossen.
Thank all of you.
Thank you. Please try to remain seated. We're going to have a quick turnover. Thank you very much, Nadine, for that session. You can take a seat right there for right now. Hi, Jim. How are you? Thank you. Well, I am really delighted to welcome our next guest, Daron Acemoglu, to Boston College today. Professor Acemoglu's research has made major contributions to understanding the differences in prosperity between nations, how these disparities might be resolved, and his insights into the origins and performance of democracies and democratic institutions make him really the perfect keynote speaker this afternoon. He was born and raised in Istanbul, earning his undergraduate degree in economics from the University of York and receiving his graduate degrees from the London School of Economics. He is the author of Economic Origins of Dictatorship and Democracy and Why Nations Fail, with co-author James Robison, and he has published hundreds of academic papers, many of which explore the relationship between democratization and economic prosperity. Daron Acemoglu is one of the most frequently cited economists of our time. And in addition to his position as MIT Institute professor, he has held appointments at the National Bureau of Economic Research, the Econometric Society, as well as serving as an advisor to the Turkish presidential candidate Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu. In 2024, he became a Nobel laureate, receiving the Nobel Prize in Economics for his collaborative work explaining how institutions are formed and affect economic prosperity. We are very honored to hear this afternoon from Professor Acemoglu, who will be speaking on the topic of remaking a resilient liberal democracy. Welcome to Boston College. Okay, perfect. Here's your clicker.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan, and it's my pleasure to be here. It's an exciting conference. I am very interested in liberal democracy, as you'll see through the talk, and I'm very interested in resilience in general. But at the end, I decided that I couldn't quite keep to the title because I wasn't sure what I meant myself by more resilient liberal democracy, so I changed it a little bit to remaking a better liberal democracy. But I'll talk about resilience at the end. So I want to develop the following arc of argument, which is that in the grand scheme of things, democracy And the way that we measure it and the way that we understand it in general, we mean by that normally a liberal democracy, although there is now some debate about democracy without liberalism as well, which is interesting and we can get engaged in that. But historically, especially in the post-war period, it's been liberal democracy. So historically, liberal democracy has been quite successful. And I'll explain some of the dimensions of that. But also it's today in crisis. And I will review a little bit of the evidence for why I think it's been very successful, and talk about what I think are some of the determinants of the crisis. And then the last third of the talk, I'll talk a little bit about how we can make a better liberal democracy, both at a conceptual level, but also with some practical aspects of it, which I'm going to draw on, since Jonathan is very keen on Turkey from Turkish political economy. So, so let's get started without further ado, and I'm going to have like 20 minutes for Q&A at the end. So, there is a debate about whether liberal democracies have been just generally stuck, whatever their current position is. In fact, there have been claims in many literatures and in the political debates and in newspapers that authoritarian regimes or top-down regimes or regimes without many veto players, etc., are sometimes much better at fostering economic growth. My research goes quite a bit against that, and just to show you, I'm starting with the raw data. This is just the data in the post-war period in the world across about 140 countries. And this picture focuses on countries that started as non-democratic and democratized. For this picture, I'm just doing a 0-1 classification, although you could do more fine-grained classification. And for each country that democratizes, or each instance of democratization, that's placed at 0, and its GDP per capita is recorded on the vertical axis relative to the GDP per capita of all non-democracies in the same year. So in some sense, all non-democracies are the control group, and the democracies and the countries that democratize are what we're plotting here. So what you see in this picture is, I think, quite remarkable. Once it democratizes, a country does a little bit like other non-democracies for the first 4 years or so, and then it picks up and it grows much faster than non-democracies, about 20% faster growth in the first 20 years or so. So on the basis of that, I think, leaving deep statistical issues aside, and I'll talk about those in 1 second, there is a very strong case that democracies are actually doing quite well in terms of economic growth. Another curious feature here, and this is part of the reason why there is so much confusion in the literature when you actually do statistical analysis, democracies don't happen in a vacuum. Often, many democratization episodes take place when existing authoritarian regimes lose their legitimacy, and that often happens in the midst of economic crisis. That's why there's that valley just before zero, there's that drop before that 0. And so statistically, you have to deal with that. If you don't deal with that, then you get confusing answers, etc. So, but here is one very simple statistical way of dealing with it, with just conditioning on lags semi-parametrically. And you see that you can sort of easily get rid of that trough and the valley there, but the 20% or so return in the first 20 years of democratization is quite robust statistically. This is about democratization. You might worry that democratizations are special and it's a new regime. Perhaps new regimes bring new energy. So the same is true, a little bit less precise, but very quantitatively similar. If you look at reversals of democracies, going from 1 to 0, there are fewer of them or there used to be fewer of them in the data. Increasingly, there are more, as you've been discussing. But you see again a 20% penalty when a country abandons democracy and goes to non-democracy. Endogeneity here is an issue. So if this was an academic seminar, I would talk a lot about endogeneity. But let me just say, I don't have the time to go into that, but this isn't explained by endogeneity. There are a number of ways of dealing with that, and if you do, these results are very similar, and I'll leave it at that. But I want to just point out what is really identifying this. This is identified purely by within-country changes. So if instead of doing this semi-parametric thing, if you just do a regression and you look at the results, you get similar results, and it's identified by countries like Brazil, South Korea, Taiwan, etc. Some of them, actually, the rhetoric is the opposite. Like South Korea is often given as an example of, oh, that proves that authoritarian growth is like a real possibility. But if you actually look at the data, South Korean growth rate really got a big boost after democratization. That's the green, or I can't see the colors here, but the ones on the right look like green from here are after democratization, the red before democratization. So you see there's a big boost. So that's what's identifying the return to democracy. It's not just economic growth. Lots of other things improve. There is a slight improvement in inequality. There is much improvement in public good provision, health, education, and so on. So democracies actually deliver. But if you look at, I can see it from here, the colors. But if you look at what's happened to democracy, it's in retreat. According to all measures that we have available, although the timing differs, there is a big turnaround, and democracies are in retreat around the world. If you look at the Freedom House or Polity that starts sometime in the mid-2000s, VDEM, the more sort of comprehensive index, which mixes both democracy and some sort of behavioral aspects of politics, the turnaround is a bit later, but it's very, very uniform. So the world has been becoming less democratic. So what Samuel Huntington called the third wave of democracy that started with Portugal, Greece, and Spain democratizing has come to an end, and a fourth counter wave has started, so to speak. And this has been associated with a variety of other worrying trends. First, even worse than democracy going back, I think especially for the developed economies, Europe, especially the US, especially the UK, support for democracy is down, especially among the young. So people used to say that democracy is the only game in town, that nothing justifies an authoritarian regime, etc. They have been giving more equivocal answers to that question. Electoral turnout is down. People are voting with their feet, so to speak, but the opposite, they're voting with their feet not to vote. Less interest in democracy. And there is a significant increase in populist anti-establishment parties, mostly from the right, but also some from the left, such as, for example, in Mexico and Colombia at the moment, or before then Ecuador, Bolivia, and Venezuela, that come to power often via legitimate elections and then sometimes stay via illegitimate means. So that's the scene. Let me skip this, which is about the support for democracy actually falling faster in the US. But let me show you one other thing, which is for the US, but it's also indicative of the general malaise. Trust in all sorts of institutions is down, and sometimes in striking ways, like the trust in Congress is less than 10%. It used to be like about 50%. So it's really a general dissatisfaction with what's going on in democratic politics, at least as perceived as establishment politics. So this calls for an explanation. If democracy, at least historically, has worked quite well in terms of both aggregate growth and delivering for people who are, say, quote unquote, regular people in terms of education, health, income distribution, etc., why this turn against democracy? Well, that is partly what I try to address in a new book that's coming out in August called What Happened to Liberal Democracy. Here is the cover. So let me advertise it. Buy it. It's wonderful. No, I'm kidding. So while democracy on the whole has done well compared to alternative regimes, it hasn't done well relative to its own promises and pledges, and relative to the aspirations that it built. And in particular, it has what I would call sins of omission and sins of commission. Sins of omission are about, and I'll go into the details a little bit, are about democratic governance, especially in the industrialized world, but it has versions of it applying around the developing world as well. It has remained passive in the face of challenges to shared prosperity, rising inequality, and other problems that people worried a lot about. The reason why these omissions happened is both because dealing with these problems wasn't obvious, but also it has a sin element, which is that the way that liberal democracies evolved is that they became much more under the control of educated segments of society, which I'll talk about in a little bit in the next slide. And so the people who were in power were often oblivious or less than fully engaged with the problems of the remaining of society, especially what you could call broadly the working class people with lower education working in manual or menial service jobs. So that is the sins of omission. And the sins of commission is that at the same segregation and the same political divide also encourage many of these liberal democracies to prioritize cultural politics, cultural issues that became perceived as being imposed on society top-down. Those cultural problems were real, especially created by immigration and ethnic politics, discrimination, and so on. But the way that the changes in political structure in maturing liberal democracies came to dealt with them was very much in line with its own priorities and didn't really bring a comprehensive solution to these problems and created greater alienation. So let me try to sort of unpack those. So in particular, my thesis, which has some empirical support and much more qualitative support in the book, is that liberal democracy's success, both in terms of objective success, but also in terms of success when people supported liberal democracy and viewed it as the only game in town, came from three promises on which it delivered. Shared prosperity, meaning that economic growth would happen, but every segment of society would benefit from economic growth. So, for example, in the industrialized world, in the 4 decades that followed World War II, economic growth was very rapid, but remarkably, inequality actually declined, meaning that lower income groups, for example, those without a college education, saw their real earnings increase faster than college-educated groups. And this is actually true across a number of countries. It was remarkable. There was a lot of public good provision, not just like the healthcare and the education that I mentioned, roads, sanitary things, social insurance. And these were things that people were demanding, and they were very happy to have them. And democracy, of course, was a form of self-governance and provided voice to people both in local politics, in associations, and in national politics. Now, liberal democracy's success was partly because the conditions were right for it. So liberal ideas fusing with certain ideas of democracy were around for quite a while, and they influenced politics in the 19th century in important ways, but in sometimes very partial ways, and liberal ideas went in all sorts of direction. But especially in the 20th century, there emerged a liberal democratic sort of coalition with a fairly coherent set of ideas around liberal democracy. What went right for this coalition is that economic conditions were ripe for shared prosperity. In particular, these were periods during which economic growth could happen with technological expansion, market expansion, mass production. But with the technology of the time, what that meant is that if you were a company, say like Ford Motor Company, if you wanted to produce for the mass market, if you wanted to introduce new technologies, you also needed labor. If you need labor, and the democratic system makes sure that you cannot coerce labor, you cannot shortchange it, there are trade unions and other associations sort of creating a counterbalancing set of factors, what you have to do is you increase labor demand, and labor demand pushes wages up. You have to pay higher wages to attract workers. That was the rule throughout the first half of the 20th century. All these companies were so hungry. Ford Company, GM, were sending agents throughout the country trying to convince people to move to Detroit because they were so hungry for labor. That's what pushed up wages, that's what pushed up employment, that's what created shared prosperity. This was also an opportune time for public good provision because 19th century governments, either by default or ideologically or other reasons, had largely neglected public good provision for poor working class neighborhoods and so on. You know, for example, as late as the end of World War II, the situation in Europe, in England, which, you know, and this wasn't the war's destruction, you know, there was very little indoor plumbing, there were no roads, there was no education system that was functioning for working classes, the healthcare system wasn't working. So all of these were low-hanging fruit for a democratic governance that wanted to provide public goods. And voice worked reasonably well because liberal democratic coalition itself was weak, so it had to be a broad coalition. Think of FDR's coalition, which had left-leaning intellectuals, the Southern Democrats, Dixiecrats, and the trade unions. Each part was crucial for FDR, so each part had a voice, and also they had voice through associations. Like the most important example for working classes in terms of self-governance was through trade unions and local community. So all of these meant that people were participating in politics in a wholesale, in some manner. Then what happened? Many things happened, but I think the most important thing that happened is computers, digital technologies. Digital technologies really shaped every aspect of this bargain. First of all, digital technologies right off the bat created inequality. They were much more useful for managerial workers, workers working with data, workers with symbols, workers that could use computers and had the education level and the flexibility level to adapt to that. That's what skill-biased technological change discussions in economics are about. But even more importantly, digital tools became a platform for automation. Automation meaning use of machines and later algorithms for tasks previously performed by workers, by labor. What automation did is that it severed the link between market expansion and technological upgrading and labor demand, and hence that natural channel for shared prosperity became much less straightforward. And for example, my work with Pascual Restrepo documents that a large fraction of the increasing inequality in the United States can be explained by the fact that automation fell on the shoulders of some demographic groups and not others. Public good provision became harder as societies themselves became more heterogeneous, and the early low-hanging fruit was picked. So many of these liberal democracies also started having problems with public good provision. But more importantly, at least as a perception, there was an increasing belief that voice became much less effective in mature liberal democracies. One reason for that is again related to the post-industrial age created by computers, because what computers did is also they increased not just the economic power, but the social power of college-educated groups. Those that could use computers, those who could use data, those that could manage companies and bureaucracies, which were getting much more influential and bigger around the same time. So the economic conditions created by digital technologies also boosted not just the income, but the social status, and then later political power of educated groups. One implication of this was that the educated, which were by and large supporters of right-leaning parties, while left-leaning parties had their support in lower education groups, working class communities like the Labor Party, Workers' Party, etc., that picture completely changed. So starting around the 1980s, the educated became the basis of all social democratic worker parties in leading industrialized countries, France, Germany, UK, Canada, US, and so on. And they took over the parties that were at the heart of the social liberal democratic compass. It's not that all liberal democracies were social democratic, but social democratic parties throughout the 20th century set the agenda for liberal democracy. Many conservative parties, such as like the one in Germany or the Republican Party under Eisenhower or Nixon, really followed what the Social Democratic Party was pushing in their own way. But now the Social Democratic parties became the educated, college-educated parties. And once they started doing that, for example, in the United States with the Atari Democrats, and then later the much more wholesale takeover of the Democratic Party with the college-educated, they became less attuned to the wishes, but also to the language that the working class communities were engaged in. You see that, for example, in the party's preferences. So if you look at working classes, again, I mean lower education, manual workers, their preferences are fairly stable through the 1980s, 1990s, 2000s. They want more jobs, they want less trade, they want higher minimum wages, they want trade unions, they want job guarantee programs. Democratic Party used to be exactly for those things in the 60s and the 70s. From the 1980s onwards, you see the Democratic Party still is for reducing inequality, but it completely changes its tune. It says none of these are good tools. That's again started with the Atari Democrats. None of these work. These are old-fashioned policies. We should just use fiscal tools, redistribution, taxes, and transfers. That's the only tool that works. So that's the economic divergence. But you see an even bigger cultural divergence. And that sort of started leading to this sins of commission that I mentioned, sort of a cultural politics that many working class communities started feeling as being imposed on them. Now, I don't want to imply that that's just the truth. There was a lot of cultural entrepreneurship on the right, sort of taking this as an opening and then trying to sort of drive a bigger wedge between working class communities and central left parties. You see that very strongly in the United States. You see that in some other Western European countries as well. But the consequence was quite devastating for establishment liberal democratic consensus, because many groups started feeling that they didn't have a voice, and the government was by the elite. By this point, you also had that the educated had become much more separated from the working class. You see that in socialization patterns, marriage patterns, where people work, workplaces became very segregated, location, geography became very segregated, and values, the values between the educated and non-educated start diverging around this time as well. So that's, in a nutshell, in a very, very abbreviated form, is the roots of the crisis of liberal democracy. But the book also argues, which I'm not going to get into, that the successes of liberal democracy, both the economic ones that I pointed out and other dimensions of it that I discuss in the book, were no fluke. Liberal democratic consensus, broadly construed, has the better ideas, both for allowing individual choices to flourish, entrepreneurship, scientific progress, and the dissemination of these progresses, as long as it is embedded in some kind of community, that there is more buy-in into those ideas and sharing of the knowledge. So on the basis of that, in the book, I also suggest this remaking of a better liberal democracy, which I call has to be embedded in a philosophy, and I call that working class liberalism. So in some sense, working class liberalism has a lot in common with social democracy, but I emphasize both the working class and the liberalism because I think the social democratic implementation of these ideas were for their time. this time is different. It really, I think, has to prioritize working class communities, but it has to find a synthesis with some liberal ideas. So in particular, it has to prioritize jobs, shared prosperity, employment, but it has to bring a version of liberalism that is coherent and consistent with the traditional values of many of these working class communities. So fuse the ability of the liberal democratic institutions to protect the individual while also have buy-in from the communities. So allowing different perspectives to flourish, including religious ones, but in a way that protects the individual is a very important part of this. So again, I could spend quite a bit more time on this, but what I want to do in the remaining 1/3 of my talk, I think I have about 10 minutes left, or 15 minutes left, is I want to argue that this is not just pie in the sky. It may be, but I want to argue that it's not. So in particular, I want to provide 2 bits of empirical evidence that suggest that there is a set of demonstration effects that could lead to a new synthesis, that people aren't closed-minded when it comes to the possibility that a liberal democratic newly renewed commitment more in line with their values could still be sort of could still gain support. And for that, I'm going to refer to 2 of my recent papers. One published, the other one hopefully published in the future. So this paper, which I have co-authored with Jawad Aksoy, Carlos Molina, Martin Fispine, and Nicholas Ajman, looks at historical data and tries to understand what determines support for democracy. So I mentioned at the beginning that support for democracy is down. Well, why is it down? And in particular, when it was up, why was it up? So what we find is very robust evidence that people support democracy when democracy performs. So in particular, when they have experience in their own lives of democratic governments that have good outcomes. And by good outcomes, what we find in the data that matters a lot is economic growth, public good provision, controlling corruption, peace and stability, and reducing inequality. So if democracy does these things, the support increases. If democracy doesn't do these things, the support decreases. So that suggests that, at least with our econometric strategy, statistical strategy, and historical data, if you have democratic governments come to power and actually deliver, you can have bigger support and more room for building these new arrangements and gain hearts and minds in some new way. But the problem is, well, in many countries, democracy is down, authoritarian populist governments are in power, so can democracy even have that chance? So perhaps all is lost, so you can have a multiple equilibria story when if democracy was in power and behaved and found a new philosophy and its implementation, perhaps it will become popular. But once you have Trump, once you have Marine Le Pen, once you have Bolsonaro, perhaps all is lost. So is there any possibility that even these same ideas and forces have some purchase once authoritarianism is in the rise? So that's the second paper I'm going to report on, which is a large-scale study in Turkey. And not just because Jonathan is keen on it, but Turkey is a great example because Turkey, according to some of the data that I showed you, is the country that underwent the biggest decline in democracy score of the in the world. So here is the data for Turkey. On the left, I have the average VDEM score of the Turkish democracy. It's got, depending on the year, sometimes countries that have civil wars have a bigger drop, but depending on the year, Turkey has the largest drop in the VDEM since 2003. after the AKP party, Justice and Democracy Party under Erdogan, well, he wasn't first the leader, but he was the in-jail leader, came to power. And every dimension, especially liberal democratic dimension of democracy as measured by the Varieties of Democracy Index, have come down. And despite that, Turkey does have elections. And while the media is muzzled, while there is much misinformation, sometimes opposition leaders are jailed, people do go and vote, and votes are counted. So it's a hybrid regime, just like US could be under Trump, or Brazil was under Bolsonaro, or Hungary is under Orban. So the question is, in such a setting, can accurate information presented in some non-partisan way change people's minds about democracy and costs of authoritarianism, etc. And in a paper jointly written with Cevat Aksoy, Ceren Baysan, Carlos Molina, and Gamze Zeki, we try to do that in the context of Turkey's historic election, presidential election in May and June 2023, where historic because it was for the first time possible or viewed as sometimes likely, sometimes possible, that Erdogan would lose the election and would lose the presidency because the economy was in trouble, the inflation was above 60%, unofficially perhaps above 80%. There was a tremendous earthquake that killed a lot of people and displaced more than 1 million people, mostly because nobody followed the building code regulations, partly because of corruption, mostly instigated by Erdogan's own party, although sometimes municipal corruption by the other parties as well. So his popularity was at an all-time low, and in this context, we wanted to see how people would change their beliefs, their plans for voting, and their actual votes when given accurate information presented in a non-partisan manner. And what we do is an online experiment throughout Turkey, and then large-scale field experiment in Izmir, which is a competitive but more left-leaning town, one of the most major 3 cities in Turkey. And the background to this, which is what we hypothesized and then tested and found, is that there is a lot of heterogeneity in people's views about whether Turkey has become more non-democratic, more authoritarian, and whether democracy is good for anything at all. So here is the data. I just want to make sure that I don't get the 2 parts confused. We asked, this is from the online experiment, online sample. We asked people what their view is about what has happened to Turkish democracy. And we asked them about what is the benefits of democracy. In particular, here we asked 2 different things. One is about media freedom and what media freedom applies for corruption, and what democratic governance applies for dealing with natural disasters. Both of these are top-of-mind issues for Turkish voters in March or April in the run-up to the election. And then we know people's self-reported party affiliation. And I'm reporting now the average responses in the baseline to these questions by party affiliations. So in particular, there are many parties in Turkey, but the key division was between 2 alliances, one called the People's Alliance and the other one called Nation Alliance. And then there is the Kurdish party, HDP, which I'm not going to have in the study, but it's in this figure, but since time is running short, let me not talk about them. So on the left, what I'm showing you is the response to the question, autocracy is sometimes preferred. So it performs better than democracy. Erdogan himself often used this rhetoric that too much democracy is not good, you need a strong leader to make a decision. And in fact, as you can see, his base, which combines his actual party base and far-right party MHP's base in this alliance, are much more likely to agree with that, whereas the people who support the opposition alliance, which has some center left and some center right parties, is much more likely to disagree with that. And on the right, we have another sort of measure, which let me skip that. But more interesting is what has happened to people's beliefs of democracy and media freedom. So on the left, I'm showing you people's views of what has happened to media freedom, and on the right, what has happened to democracy. And the black line there is the quote-unquote ground truth. You can disagree whether it's the ground truth or not, is what the VDEM data says. Okay, I'm going to take VDEM as the ground truth. Okay? May not be true. But let me do that since time is short, and let me not get into that discussion. We can get into that in Q&A. So you'll see that the supporters of the AKP and Erdogan think that actually democracy improved and media freedom improved since 2000. Whereas the opposition, both the Kurdish party and the main opposition, are pretty close to the VDEM. So they're not completely uninformed. But the base of the party that supported Erdogan is uninformed, or at least according to this measure. So then the experiments, both online and the field, essentially involve giving people as objective information as possible. The way we did that is they are given an actual text that reports about actual data, and they can click on the link and see the data or see the academic studies upon which this is based. And then we also created a placebo whereby people are given a viewpoint but without actual data. So the placebo should have no information content. It's like people's own view, but make it clear that we don't have any data to back it up, whereas the other one tries to be as objective, as non-partisan as possible. And then the empirical strategy in the online is to look at how people's beliefs change, how people's intentions change, and in the field experiment, it's actually aggregated the data to ballot box level and see what happens at the ballot box voting level. So the field experiment is, of course, much more reliable, but the online experiment is for the whole of US, and you can also see what's going on with the actual people's beliefs and intentions. So here is how what this shows. The gray is the control group that doesn't get any information. The green is the placebo, who only gets the non-informative but thing that says, as an experimenter, I like to see this. So there could be an experimenter demand effect, but you see the green is not different from gray. So there doesn't seem to be much of an experimenter demand effect, so that's placebo is useful for that. And then the blue is the actual treatment that people get the information, and they move their beliefs both about what has happened to Turkish democracy and what democracy would do, for example, media freedom would do to corruption. They move more in the direction of what we consider to be ground truth. And as a result, their voting intentions shift more for the opposition. So again, you see the green box is the same as the gray, so there is no placebo effect, but the blue box is significantly higher. That's the vote intention to vote for the opposition. There is no effect on the intention to vote, so there's no turnout effect. So this is not driven by people, some kind of people turning out more. And then what we do then is we split the sample and we say, well, who is this really effective in conveying? Perhaps it just motivates the CHP, the left-leaning main opposition party's base, and they become more likely to vote. But it turns out that these information, at least in this study, both online and in the field, actually gets its bite on people who had the misperception. It changes the minds of people who thought Turkey had become more democratic. They see the data, not all of them, not the majority of them, but some of them actually respond and say, oh, okay, that makes sense. And then as a result, they change their vote. So it's more in the base of the AKP party, and it's more among the people who had the misperception, not the ones who were aligned with the ground truth. So that's the So that's the effects come from those with misperceptions. So this is those who have greater misperceptions more than the median. You see the same effect a bit larger. And here is the same thing for the group without misperceptions, and you don't have much of an effect. And now the same thing in the field experiment, and surprisingly perhaps, it has a fairly large effect, about just under about a 1 percentage point vote shift at the ballot box level in places which got the treatment. And again, if you do the split, now you cannot do it by beliefs, because on the field experiment we don't know people's beliefs, but you can do it by neighborhood, and you can look at, okay, so again, it's not a turnout effect, there's no effect on turnout, but you can see at the places which were government strongholds versus more opposition strongholds, the effects are driven by government strongholds. It's the places where people were more likely to vote for AKP that now, with this information that was transmitted to them via canvassers, again with a web access where they could check the information, some of them did, some of them did not. I can give you statistics on how often that was done. It's not trivial, actually. So they changed their mind. And even more remarkably, and this is what, again, this might be just one study, it needs to be done in other countries, in other contexts, but this is what really gives hope, is that AKP won the election, but 1 year later, about 11 months later, it was a local municipal election. So we didn't do any more canvassing, we didn't do any more interventions, but we just went and looked at the municipal votes. And in the treated neighborhoods, which got the information, there is more or less the same magnitude of shift in the vote against the government party. So whatever effect there was, at least in this study, it appears that it was quite enduring. It persisted for 11 months. So people did take that information into account. They changed their view about what happened to democracy and whether democracy was something completely useless or not. So, conclusion, I think a more resilient, better liberal democracy has to start by going much more to the people, which meant their economic priorities, more of their cultural language, and pulling away from cultural priorities of the elite. And that can be facilitated with much better communication. The language has to be right, but people are not completely blind to information. Now, US is different, Germany is different, UK is different, so some of this may or may not work, but at least it sort of gives some glimmer of hope. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for this really incredibly rich presentation with new data. It is heartening to hear some of your optimism, especially the role of information and speech, which follows very nicely on our last session. Before opening up the room to questions, I'd just like to ask maybe one or two myself. So in your call for a working class liberalism, you suggest that a great obstacle may have been an earlier insistence on social engineering efforts and an emphasis on cultural issues. So I'd like to drill down on this a little bit. So is this about campaign messaging, or are you making an argument about an actual trade-off between liberal values of constitutional democracy and so-called conservative values that would be necessary for a working class coalition to stave off authoritarianism? So in other words, do you mean that working class liberals cannot abide the concept of equal rights for certain groups, say Muslims in Europe or LGBT citizens, so one should not insist on toleration? And are these different than earlier civil rights battles over race or the role of women that also encountered conservative or traditional resistance?
So it's a great question. So that's why this is a very complex issue that takes 2 chapters of the book. My perspective, actually 3 chapters really, is that the cultural politics arose because it was grappling with some real problems. In particular, liberal values have always struggled with 3 dilemmas, and they never had a comprehensive solution to them. One is intolerance. how much intolerant ideas should be tolerated. The second is ignorance. How much should we impose education on people to change their minds? And then the third is inclusion. How do we deal with inclusion of different groups? So liberalism, liberal forces throughout the 19th century and for the most part of the early 20th century were in opposition. And when you're in opposition, these are easy. You can criticize the practices. Once you come to power, you have to grapple with these things. And they had to grapple with them in a very rapidly changing society that had its health underlying cultural change and a lot of heterogeneity. But it also had its own internal dilemmas, its own internal battles, and those forced the cultural agenda to go in a direction that I think was well-meaning, but became too top-down, and that's why I call social engineering. So this is the difficult balance that working class liberalism has to straddle, that you have to provide enough individual protection to individuals, but at the same time you have to allow different communities to have their different viewpoints so long as it doesn't badly impinge on people's freedoms. So that is the balance that you have to strike, because otherwise, how are you going to deal with religious communities? Religious communities are going to have, at least to start with, certain attitudes that may not be at the most progressive end of how to deal with LGBT values or some immigrant communities or some other things. So you have to give them enough room to make their own self-governance decisions while protecting the minorities. And that's the balance that working class liberalism has to do. But the last thing you want to do is appear to impose values on communities, because it's going to backfire. So it's both not consistent with liberalism, because that sort of imposition, I think, goes against some of the liberalism's own core values, but it's also not effective. The other thing that I argue in the book is that liberalism flourished when it could coexist with community, because community is very important for self-governance, it's very important for ideas to disseminate, for trust to build. So if liberalism goes against it appears to go against certain communities, again, it's going to be a losing proposition.
Thank you for that. One other question just about the international context. This is something that came up earlier today about the previously favorable conditions for democratization, which came in the form of foreign policy support from Western nations, sometimes hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars. Obviously, that circumstance and context has changed. Does this have an impact on the story you're telling?
It may. Not the way that I tell it, but in the future it may. The important point is that when the slide of democracy started in the 2000s, was arguably the peak of American interest in democracy around the world. So that wasn't coincided with America pulling back from democracy. So if you look at American policy, foreign policy during the Cold War, sometimes it paid lip service to democracy, but it was very happy to topple Democrats when they thought they would align with the Soviet bloc. So the sort of emphasis on soft power, the new hegemony, etc. in the 2000s, America was much more like in the business of supporting democracies around the world or American values around the world, but that's when you see the slide. Now, of course, today, it's a completely different ballgame that might actually exacerbate some of the tensions we're talking about, obviously.
Thank you. So I'm now going to turn to the room for some questions. I see the first one from Maria Gallego. Oh, I think maybe taking that second mic there. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm a philosopher, so I'm going to ask more like part of the philosophical background, and it's more, I'm curious about the language that you use, about the scenes of omission and sins of commission. Why did you choose sins instead of other language like failure?
Failure would have been fine.
But
just colorful language.
Okay, but I was also thinking, were you gesturing to some kind of character failure or some lack of character formation from the empowered, the educated elites that would make, like, I think we have the structures to make liberal democracy better, as you said, but maybe there is something on the citizens themselves, like civic virtue and formation, that could help us. So I don't know, if I'm curious.
No, I was not implying any kind of character failure, but the book does have a lengthy discussion of what kind of philosophical foundations for liberalism can be most justified and also most effective, and of course shared values are a very important part of it. So any cultural change creates tensions for shared values, so that's another thing to sort of navigate, and again, not just because of the failures or sins of commission of the liberal policymaking elite, but for a variety of reasons, those shared values became much weaker in the last 40 years. And I think any kind of working liberalism would also, working class liberalism or any other kind of liberal democratic compact will necessitate more of those shared values to emerge or to be emphasized, whether they are around some sort of patriotism or some moral sort of things that people share about a combination of self-responsibility and helping the needy, etc. And again, that's where you have to sort of find the right synthesis of different values that are prevailing. And I think that's definitely not an impossible task, but it's a task that definitely did not get done. Thank you.
So I have Professor Thibault Marcès, and then we'll go to that side of the room.
Hello, my name is Thibault Marcès. I teach in the Political Science Department. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. It was remarkable in many ways, but it was remarkable in one thing you did not mention, and that's inequality and the absurd levels of wealth accumulation that we're seeing in the US and across other liberal democracies. So I do buy the story of automation and the transition to a services-based economy. This is the Torben Iverson story at Harvard as well. But where does inequality fit in? And is this something you address in the book?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I'm sorry, I just went too fast on that. So when I talked about collapse of shared prosperity, that is what I meant by that is the context in which I discuss inequality. So what I meant by and this is much more detailed in the book, I just brushed over it because of time constraints. What I meant by that the pattern that I described for the 4 decades following World War II, where real wages for different groups and the income level of different segments of society, say, for example, by income percentile, were all growing in tandem, then you have this big fanning out. Real wages are declining for high school educated men, associate degree men, high school dropout women, and they're increasing for postgraduates, they're increasing at the very top of the distribution, so inequality is building up. But I think even more than inequality, it's the fact that some groups completely stopped benefiting from economic growth that was so important. Now,
because the distribution declined, because the tax code was fundamentally dismantled in this country. The post-war tax code, which was a major driver of redistribution, was dismantled starting in the 1980s with the complicity of Democrats.
The tax code definitely does play an important role. But the fact that I just mentioned here, these are all pre-tax levels. So pre-tax wages, if you look at it, it's a remarkable thing. So if you look at pre-tax wages of high school educated men, for example, they're growing faster than productivity, faster than GDP for the 50s, 60s, 70s. And then sometime around 1980 or late 1970s, before the Reagan tax cuts, by the way, they start declining. And for the pretty much every year from like around 1979 to 2014, they decline. This is all pre-tax. So the sins of omission is that nobody did anything about it, and they didn't even do any redistribution. So that's what I meant by the sins of. But the sins of omission here, to me, isn't just that they should have just redistributed more. That the pre-tax income distribution itself was a function of policy about globalization, about how technology was used, unions, and so on. So those were, I think, more important than just the tax code, although the tax code was a contributing factor, especially at the very top of the income distribution. So you cannot understand the very top of the income distribution without the tax code. But if what you want to understand the bottom 50%, the tax code plays a much less of a role. Parts of the tax code is actually becoming more progressive during this time. For example, earned income tax credit becomes much stronger. So the tax code is actually favoring work at the bottom, but it's not able to make up whatever is happening in the market.
Sina Uzai at the back, third row.
Hi, I'm Sina. I'm a doctoral fellow at the Clough Center, and thank you so much for your presentation. And my question was, generally, I was wondering how your framework could explain the declining tendency toward democracy in the failed autocratic states. Like, I can make an example from my own country, Iran. We never had a democracy in truest sense, but we had like a democratic movement for the last 100 years. And like the case is now we are in the transition, you could say, part. And like the case is, although like the autocratic regime wouldn't able to somehow consolidate itself, still other forms of government or like ideas like Bonapartism seems to be more plausible for the people. And like I found that like your framework, the case was that like when democracy wasn't able to somehow fulfill its promises, there will be like some sort of loss in tendency toward democracy. But in this case, we never had a democracy, so we never saw the outcomes. Yes. And I can say like there was a somehow maybe similar cases also in Arab Springs, where there was a move from one autocratic regime to another autocratic government. So yeah. That was all.
Yeah, so I think every country has its own idiosyncrasies and peculiarities, but yes, for countries that are never democratic, people will not have any experience with democratic governance. But there is ideas that and facts that travel around the world. So people have expectations about democracy. So Ukraine, for example, even though I think it was never properly democratic and it was very, very badly governed, from just the 1990s, there was a lot of demand for some sort of democratic governance in Ukraine, partly because they saw that as an alternative to the Russian control. So, and in Iran too, during the Green Revolution, there was an incoherent demand for democracy. Now, how that will play out, I have no expertise on Iran that I can make predictions on that. But I think the general thesis that, you did not certainly say that, but some people would say that, the population around the world, everywhere, is naturally authoritarian. They like an authoritarian regime. They want a patriarchal figure to run the country as a Bonapartist. I think that's just not supported by the facts. People were very pro-democratic in Latin America, in Turkey, in Western Europe when democracy worked, or they had realistic hopes of going to democracy and they saw some other democracies work. And when democracy seems to deliver, they become more pro-democratic, and in experiments like this where you give them information, they are not completely closed-minded. Not everybody's open-minded. There is going to be polarization, there's going to be motivated reasoning and all sorts of things, but I don't think the evidence that supports the idea that people always want an authoritarian government in any country.
So we're just going to take two final questions from Julie Shore and right behind you in the second row.
Thank you for an excellent talk. I wanted to ask about the connection between the economic and the cultural. And I think, I'm curious about what you think about this. If I think about historically the role of trade unions and certain political parties, the Communist Party, for example, in the USA was very strong on this. The cultural was, what you're talking about is the cultural, was connected with the economic, and you got those cross different solidarities. And I think the problem that has developed is they have separated. And So I'm curious about that you're not sort of explicitly asking for a kind of reintegration in which you get sort of cross-difference economic solidarity, which really sort of erodes the sort of strong opposition on the sort of cultural as you're talking about it.
Yeah, so I mentioned that and try to illustrate it a little bit as a cause of the divergence, that there is much less quote-unquote class mixing, geographically, marriage-wise, socially, and so on and so forth. But how to do that in a democratic society, you cannot do that in a forced way. So that's where it goes to Maria's question. If there are shared values that might create platforms for that being mixed. Associations created that platform. There's another remarkable fact around this period is like the number of associations completely plummets. So civic life becomes and it's actually worse than that, because the surviving big associations are non-personal. So instead of people going to churches or little leagues or things like that, they give money to give well. So that's an association. People are doing some altruistic things, but without actually mixing with other people. So, but if there is a way to reverse that, that would definitely be helpful. But I think there is possibility of values mixing even without that, but I don't know how to achieve that mixing.
Here, and then if we could just join it with one final question from Fernando Bizarro, but if you could just hold off on answering, just take the two together, it'd be great. Thank you.
Teresa Volker, Harvard University. Thank you so much for this fascinating talk. My question concerns your argument that, or the basic question, what is non-partisan reliable information and who can provide it? Because in your survey experiment, you rely on like research provides this information, right? And I'm just curious, like in an age where research is kind of also perceived as partisan, how would you say, and in the age of misinformation, we talked about social media earlier, yeah, how would you operationalize this in other countries?
Guilty as charged.
And,
so, yeah, I mean, there we just appeal to authority. We said research shows, academic studies shows, but we also had we had the data when the data was available or links to the studies for people to check. But in Turkey, I think there is the same things as happening in the US, but much less extreme. So academic or expert information is not completely politicized. Perhaps in the US the same wouldn't work. Then you have to find a non-partisan thing. So one other result that we have that doesn't nail it but supports this interpretation is that we've also randomized between canvassers. So some of the canvassers that delivered the information were non-affiliated. They were more effective than the affiliated canvassers. So people have some understanding of what's partisan, and if it's like the person at your door that says AKP, the democracy went bad under AKP, is wearing a CHP hat, that's less effective than they say we are a civil society organization. What can you do in the US? I don't know. In another study where we do the same thing in Argentina, by the way, we find similar results. Social media turns out to be a particularly unreliable. People don't believe any information they get from social media, whatever you say. So they're not completely naive in that sense. But there's much more to be done and to be understood. But I hope we're not at that point that no non-partisan source can exist, but perhaps we are. So I'm taking it as given that we're not, but that remains to be proven.
Thank you. And a final question from Professor Bizarro.
Well, it's an easy one. So in your other work, you're talking about the political economy of AI. And so I wonder if you could connect the two branches of your work and tell us a bit about how you see these transformations making this working class liberalism more or less likely. Because it feels very nostalgic to me as something that we would expect from social democracy in the 50s, but the world has changed and is changing.
100%, and that's why I have half a chapter on that, or should probably have been a chapter, which is that, yes, none of this would be feasible, the sort of the big pillar of working class liberalism, actually create jobs, not just prioritize jobs, but actually deliver on it, would be completely infeasible. if AI goes in the direction of automating everything, or automating manual work, or automating, lots of office work. So this is where it meets with my other work on, creating pro-worker AI or redirecting AI in a more human complementary way, which wouldn't be as bad for inequality or job creation. So those two agendas have to merge for working class liberalism to be feasible. Of course, now we have two big mountains to climb. If you were pessimistic about one being feasible, then perhaps you should be doubly pessimistic.
Well, this concludes the first day of our Spring Symposium. I hope you will join us again tomorrow morning at 8:15 in Gasson 100 for the second day of programming. But first, please join me in thanking Professor Daron Acemoglu.